evening. It is episode 172 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. January 19th, 2024. And yes, the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame is in effect. I wonder if anyone called for such things.
I would put my money on if it's going to be done again this year, we should know something this week, is what I would think.
A few moments later.
It's that time of year again. It is the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame election season.
There are ways to win this, hidden all around you. Let the game begin.
So first, I want to give credit to the Hockey Oracle. Within 24 hours, no sooner does the Hockey Oracle speak it into existence, at the very next day, they're like, oh shit, we got to get this done. Boom, video out. Immediately. Also, there's a movie reference in there if any of you caught it. So there was a little movie reference in there. And yes, let the games begin indeed. And they have. They have begun. Not that I'm enthusiastic about it or anything.
Yeah, on your phone, you actually have to tap it to hear the sound, and the sound is really, really low.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on my iPhone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to
Okay on
tap
my
the
end,
screen. It says tap for sound. And then when you tap it, it's like about a third of this volume.
Interesting. I'll have to check with folks because it sounds fine on my end. And then when I was editing, the volume level was actually pretty high. It's actually pretty good on those. But we'll have to see. We'll find out. The chat can tell us. So first, I'll grab a couple of comments here. I know Hockey Cardboard had two off the top, so I'll read them because I've got them here, but they don't come up on my StreamYard. First one was Eric for I think it was YouTube Wingman Hall of Fame. So there you go. You're going to vote for that one. And then YouTube Wingman Hall of Fame or the Chicken Wing Competitive Eating Hall of Fame. One and the same. Fair. Valid.
Pretty much.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. And then we had Paul starting off with rule number 1. People are stupid. That's why. I'm not sure what that was a reference to, but accurate.
It covers everything.
It's not wrong. Like there's no point in which it was incorrect. It was facts.
No, it's always correct.
So, correct. My cam here. Rule number 2. See rule number 1. Facts.
Also correct.
You guys get it. You're getting it. You're getting it. Paul C says, good evening. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, gentlemen, and everyone watching. Good evening, Matt. Good evening, Stuke. Yep, beat Sad Fred. That's right. YouTube Hobby Hall of Shame is desperately needed. Ooh, that one I could enthusiastically vote for.
The lineups. Oh.
Yep. Michael Ham says, I wanted to vote Eric in, but he's only on your channel, so I voted Carlos to get Eric involved, I think.
Don't do any favors.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he needs so many favors. So many favors. Here we go. Question was why people are up in arms about the Brady's Expos being Photoshopped and why people are acting up. Yes. There was a little bit of that. It was funny though. Here's the thing though. It's one of those things where I saw it and then Neo made a video where some people were freaking out, talking about people freaking out about it. I'm sitting there like, y'all don't know that there's like hundreds of Photoshopped cards. More importantly, more importantly, like in order for there to be a Tom Brady Expos card, he was drafted by the Expos, but he never went to spring training. He never played for them. So in order to do it, you have to Photoshop it. You do not have a choice. The only way you can make the card exist in any way or any capacity is to actually do that. So that's the thing. It's like in order to manufacture that card, you actually need to Photoshop it. That is 100% true. Cam here says fake news on the Brady. No one cares. That's not true. I did hear people bitching and moaning about it.
Oh God, people lost their freaking minds.
Yeah, I 100% saw that. Mike Ham, never underestimate the capacity of people to bitch and moan about absolutely nothing.
Right.
And that to me, that is the perfect definition of literally nothing.
Like one of the things I enjoy bitching and moaning about the most is my cam. So,
Hey, fair is fair.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
No, it makes no sense. This guy, again, never played, never put on a jersey, was never out there with a glove and a jersey and a hat on. Never, ever happened. If it had happened, we would have seen pictures of that for the last 20-something years. Okay? Every time someone started stroking Brady about how wonderful he is and what a great athlete he is, that picture would have popped up. And don't forget, he was also drafted as a catcher, and look at this picture in spring. It never existed. What the hell did you think when this all came out? It's just, this was actually the hobby having legitimate fun. Okay,
Fun in the hobby.
that's it. That's all. It was fun. It was signed off by Brady. He signed a bunch of them. They serial numbered a bunch of them. It was actually saying, "Hey, let's have some fun." And people were like, "No, no, 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 no. We don't do fun here." Okay.
Well, first of all, the hobby is against fun. That is like a requirement. Second, Leaf literally has done AI cards where they just made up a bunch of bullshit that can't happen. They literally have done AI cards. Like there's been a bunch. There was a Derek Jeter card, I think. I want to say Derek Jeter, and there was one that had like Mickey Mantle and a president in the background. Like it was literally, again, Photoshop. You have to Photoshop it. That's the only way you get it. So it was just weird. So Carlisle here says, yeah, superimpose his head on another body, which has actually been done before as well.
A million times.
A million times. Going back to the 50s.
It's been done. And then you had back before Photoshopping, you literally had the airbrushing. So you'd airbrush I think I showed it. There was the one card in the 88 O-Pee-Chee set where they airbrushed a Los Angeles Kings jersey on the guy, and it's so ridiculous it looks like a cartoon. Like it literally looks like a cartoon jersey. It's embarrassingly bad airbrushing. Like it's so obvious.
I think the 80s has, at least in a hockey, probably a couple hundred cards that have been
there's a ton. Yeah, there's tons. Like there's just tons. So here's Wes trying to be a smart guy. It's like, Wes, we can time you out on this one too. I was like, Paul, do it.
Don't do
it. Yep. Hello, everyone. Yep. Dufacts here. Before Photoshop cards, they actually dared to hand draw images of photographs. How dare they? Facts. It's kind of like the Oracle's powers extend past his hockey knowledge. I know. It's crazy. Ham says, Eric said my full name. He cares. He speaks glowingly of you, Ham, at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They should make Major League 4 the resurrection of Brady and have him playing baseball after playing football. Yes, that is right. Yeah, that was tops with George Bush. That's the one I was looking for. George Bush. That's right. Yeah, so they superimposed him in the background. And then they had Mickey Mantle in the dugout. So I'm like, guys, Photoshop.
Whatever.
Sure. So why not? Whatever, it's fine.
AI is going to have lots of that, guys. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, John.
My favorite one is the Rogi Vachon from 70. I think it's in here. The Rogi Vachon that's on Lounsbury's body. It is absolutely the worst thing you've ever seen.
Ross Lonsberry?
Yeah. I gotta see if
Rogi Vachon, a goalie's on Ross Lonsberry.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest, worst Photoshop in the history of cards.
Is it great or worse?
All right. So here's the Lonsberry. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's him.
It's the stationary. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me find the Vachon. Come on. Where the hell is it? Okay. Here, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Now this is from 1971.
70.
Go ahead.
Okay. Here we go.
One. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. His head. So you want to talk about a head swap? There it is. Yeah.
But who's got the head swap?
It's Rogi's face on Lounsbury's body.
Yeah. And that's back to the early 70s.
Yeah, they both have hair on their neck there. It's interesting.
Like there have been some embarrassingly bad examples. There have been some embarrassingly bad examples.
That's not so bad.
Yeah. This one is not the one I'm looking for, but this is an example too. So this was 89-90 O-Pee-Chee.
Let's see.
Look at his Kings jersey.
Exactly.
Oh God, yeah.
Like it's cartoonish. It's literally like it's not even close. What are we talking about here?
Oh, actually, there is probably one of the worst ones. Is 1976. There's three variations. It's when one of the players got traded. Cleveland Barons. Who was it? Oh, I wish I could tell you that card because they corrected it, but the correction was like a rub out. It was just the worst correction you ever seen. And then they corrected it again, where they said, okay, he's been traded to Cleveland Barons. And there's three cards. So there's the one where he's in the wrong team. Then a lot of them got traded, and because I don't know why, how they missed them all. And then the middle one in between it's like blurry. I'll have to go through my files. I can't get them here, but actually, it's in the app. Let me help. Oh,
there you go.
Figures.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you forget, guys. We're here. We're here. We're promoting.
That's right. There you go.
That app up. Keep going. No problem.
Yeah, here you go. Goes the babe. That's right. So you go. Tom here says 57 mantle. They Photoshop someone out of the background. Well, we won't call it Photoshopped in 57, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying just because they did something stupid in the 70s is legitimate today? It has literally always been. We're saying in the 70s is a very clear cut example, and now go forward 50 years later, still doing it.
Yeah.
Still doing it. It ain't new.
I think it's the gold.
And Griffey is Photoshop. Yeah, he wasn't in the. So to be clear, we always say Photoshopped. Like in '89, there was no Photoshop.
Well,
but they did.
It was a shop that did photos.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Now we've actually got the computer program. It's a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah, 88, 89. There's one specific one I'm looking for that was also really cartoonish. Like it was really bad. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I have to go look through these 89, 90 cards. But I know it's a really bad example, but it was like perfect for this point. See if I can find it. I will locate it if I can. So let's see if I can find it.
76 of PG.
Yeah.
Global, hello. But yeah, it's one of the here it is. This is the one. Yeah. So you guys got the name right, but I was looking for the specific card. Now, this is an example of what I was talking about. And now it's as bad as that Larry Robinson, but it's worse because it's more surface area in order to make it work. So Eric, this is the one I was talking about. You remember this one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, look at it. The whole jersey. It literally looks like a cartoon.
Right. And here's Kruszyniski again, but it's supposed to be Kenny Linsman. All right. Kenny Linsman was 13. So when Linsman got traded, they put him on Mike Kruszyniski's body.
Yep.
How do you spell Kruszyniski?
K.
K.
Good
start. KRU.
Yeah. So there you go.
So,
Orlando's that again. Our oldest photoshopped is 1886 Cap Anson uniform is head on another body. So the head swapped back in 1886.
Wow.
Thank you, Orlando. But the point is that trope has been used for a very long time.
very long.
It is merely the 3rd century in which we've employed this technology.
True.
Merely the 3rd century.
But you know something? All the other ones, and I want to say this, it was done out of necessity, but it was also done to kind of trick the consumer. Okay, they wanted to put a card out of Kenny Linsman. They didn't have a picture in a Bruins uniform. They threw it on a Kruszyniski and said, "Here, fans, there you go." This was so clear that we're doing this for you, for fun, as a special event. Hobby, thanks for everything. Enjoy this. And people still threw a temper tantrum. And it's just insane. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm sure no one's complaining if they pull one and then turn around and sell it for, a couple of $1,000s. I'm sure people aren't really all that upset.
I found it.
You found it.
Yeah, it's Gary Simmons, card number 176, and the B version that I have B. I don't know what Beckett does because they don't even know how to freaking. Let me see here. Okay, actually, I think I can take a picture and probably send it to you. Okay, there's version 1. Okay, get that out of there. Version 2, just horrific.
Do you have your screen blacked out on purpose?
When you do it on the phone, if you do it on the phone, the camera gets turned off.
Oh.
So like if he's using an app or something, it'll flip off the camera. That's why we can still hear him. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. All right.
It says I have the same issue when I do when I'm recording one of the pickup videos. I use the phone because it's pretty handy. I can just put it up there. But if somebody text messages me or calls me right at that moment where I'm in the middle of it, the audio will suddenly cut out. I noticed it a while back, and then I learned that if I usually put it on airplane mode. I usually remember to do that. But if for whatever reason I forget and I get suddenly a text message or whatever, I stop recording because I need to redo that last couple of seconds because the audio will cut out if I keep going. So it's just a quirk of the phone when it does its recordings. All right, so I'll grab these, Bobby. So these are what? 2? I got 3 pictures from you. So is it 2 or 3?
Yep, it's 3.
Okay, gotcha.
I just snapshotted it. Sorry.
Yeah,
good.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Okay, there I am. Backstreet's back. All right. Doo-doo. Oh,
Wow. Okay, so let me see if I can do this.
so what you had was he's not traded, but he's so the last one I think I sent. No, the first one would be the first, and then the
So I'm
second.
going to share them. So I'm going to share them in the numerical order they're at. So they're
Sure.
all numbered. So I will start off with the first one, and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Okay. So first one we're going to do here. We're going to do this one. So here's the first numbered one. Team transfer notation. Team checklist.
Yeah, so that would be really the third one. So you can see the notation at the top right there. It says, traded to Cleveland Barons, I think. Yeah.
That's just Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Sorry. Okay, it's my mistake.
Yep. So that's one. All right. Now I'm going to swap over to another one here. So like I said, I'll just go in number order for the ones that I have pictures that I've got. So next one here.
So zoom in.
Yep. Just give me 1 second. I got to get to the right one here.
So they kind of just rubbed it out.
Yep.
You can see how sloppy that is. And
Not exactly.
sometimes you can see some of the letters on the rub out. It's just the way the print goes.
Yeah. All
So
right.
it was really, they wanted to get rid of that because whatever. Anyways, and the last one is just the normal one, the corrected version. As you can see on the top right, it's not gone. So he's with the Barons there. Okay, so Barons. So he was traded to Colorado, then the Barons, and that's why the muff up. It should have been the Cleveland Barons, because all the California Golden Seals went to the Cleveland Barons. Colorado Rockies came in at that time as well, but then they replaced the Kansas City Scouts. So the shift over from 75-6 was the last year. So 76-7 suffered.
Then they combined them all and became the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah, that was 83. Yeah.
But and Carlos, I don't want to hear one word out of you. Not one. You son of a bitch. Not one.
Why? What happened?
Look at this one. Bobby Orr, Chicago.
He set you up, Carlos.
Look at the bullshit job they did on this. All right. Now the year before, actually, no, the year after.
The special card.
Look. Okay. Look who's sitting next to him. That's Phil Esposito in a Bruins uniform. This is on the bench of the Boston Bruins, and all they did was color in the jersey.
Unless they colored in Phil Esposito's jersey.
I think Phil Esposito was trying to audition to play on a good team, and he was like sitting there, "Please take me, Chicago.
Take me with Bobby." That's how I got all my goals.
So I'm sorry. You said what? You said what, Eric? I couldn't hear you.
You heard
what? God, they couldn't hear a damn thing. Sorry. This is terrible. The audio cut out at the worst possible moment. It's such a shame.
So
such a shame.
Here's two Bobby Orr cards at the end of his career. Both of them are photoshopped. Neither one of these are him actually playing for Chicago.
No.
Chicago
he only played 8 games, Bobby Orr. Right? He played 8 games or something. 7 or 8.
Yeah, it let me see.
All I know, Bobby, is those 7 or 8 games eclipsed everything else he had ever done.
In 76, 77, he played 20. He had 4 goals, 19 assists for 23 points. And then the following year, he played even less.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe it's following year, I was thinking.
Yeah.
There you go. Facts, Paul. Facts. Bobby Orr, he's no Hal Gill. He's no Hall of Hal Gill. Facts.
No. They didn't crop Hal Gill's head. No.
Blackhawks legend, Bobby Orr. That's right.
Well, they made the pinball machine. The pinball, Bobby Orr pinball, is him in the Chicago Blackhawks uniform. Are you kidding? Out of all
I've never thought of him in any other team. I can't think of another team he was ever on. Maybe Oshawa?
Yeah,
that's all. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, that was it.
Got a little rainbow of hells.
Oh,
see, finally some good cards that Eric has.
That's from the new.
Oh, that's from Omega. So this is a 97-98 Pacific Omega.
God damn.
Classic times. Classic times.
Hal
Okay.
Gill rookies, baby.
There's some
Rainbow.
kindling.
Pretty solid. Not a legend with the Bruins like Rick Nash. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Nash. Maybe
You guys
Nash
get it.
Flash.
Now we'll come back to I'll have a little fun with our beloved Hall of Fame here in a little bit. But first, Bobby, you'll appreciate this one. I don't think it's going to really affect anything you're doing, but something to keep in mind for other folks that may be doing some selling through eBay or other platforms. Canada Post has decided again to re-crack down on the letter mail cross border.
What happened?
Well, basically, they you have within letter mail, like oversized letter mail has certain requirements. You can have this size, this weight, this dimensions, this thickness. As long as it meets those criteria, it's all good. You're allowed to do it.
Sure.
Whatever. I literally sent in like a batch of 10 envelopes. A couple of them already have tracking and everything, so they already had the scan and everything. So those are good. I got 7 of them bounced back. All of them calling insufficient postage. And I'm like, guys, by oversized letter mail, they all meet every single criteria: the weight, the size, the thickness. There is nothing wrong with any of these, except they said, oh, no, we know they're not paper, so pay more money.
Oh,
So they bounced them all back. And I reached out to someone here who's a postmaster general, and I just said flat out, is there an edict? And he goes, yeah, a ton of them are getting bounced back right now. There's literally being like they basically are. The rule was technically always there, but like stuff has been going through for the longest time, as long as it meets the criteria of oversized. Like it's $3.20 or $3.60 or whatever it is.
I think the edict is paper in their write up. So they're really sticking that to the law. It doesn't matter about the size
document is what they're trying to do. Yeah.
Or is it document? Whatever it is.
It's supposed to be a document. Yeah.
It is. That's a documented, Bobby Orr card.
Yeah.
Right there.
So right now, I quote, yeah, they're sending them back hardcore right now. Seen tons come back. So so all of a sudden, so now I'm sitting there studying like so I think it's 7 envelopes. So that's $21 down the drain. And now I have to go fill in customs forms for all 7 packages. Apologize to the people that, hey, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to resend it to you.
If it's happened to you, imagine how many other people.
Yeah, 100%.
Like
it had been pretty good. It had been pretty good up until this point. You always knew there was a possibility, but
I wonder how they're flagging. I wonder if they have my postal lady at the other place sitting there at the end of the rolling aisle going, is this what's in here?
Probably.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. I bet this isn't even a document.
No. It's a keychain.
Yep. Yeah, but it's a complete screw job because it's like, guys, you're already charging enough. It's just silliness. A padded envelope, and I do the padded envelope because I want, as a courtesy, I want it to be a good experience. Let me put, especially if it's 1 or 2 cards. It is not egregious to put 1 or 2 cards in this. It's not going to increase the thickness that much at all. It's light. It's not a big deal. Just process it. And I've had hundreds go through. And once in a blue moon, I'll get 1 bounce back. But in this case, out of 7, I went 7 for 7, and the whole shipment's being bounced back, which is ridiculous. Complete waste of my time. Complete waste of money.
Yes. Actually, if you went through Chit Chats, you can get it through with tracking.
Oh no, I understand. But then I have to go over to the little depot. There's one like not nearby or whatever. But it had been okay up until this point. I'm pretty much going to have to now. So obviously, if they're going to be like that, then in order for me not to have to increase the shipping on relatively small items and make it silly, I'm going to have to take that extra step and make a trip over to drop it off.
But you're just talking mostly graded cards, correct?
No, those ones it's just regular cards, not even graded. Like just cards in like top loaders. Like it's thin, it's light. There's almost no weight to it.
So then don't put it in top loader and put it between, but put it in a penny sleeve, and then just put it between 2 pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, no, I can try to do it. I try to include
team
the top
bag.
loader, just
Tape the team bag to 1 piece of the cardboard, other piece of cardboard, done, and put it through because it is technically paper.
Yeah,
cardboard is paper too. As much as it's the grin of my postal lady that says, what's cardboard made of? Paper, you doofus.
Yeah. No wonder shipping across the border takes so long. Yeah. But the best part is it's somebody in there got it in their head to suddenly start cracking down on it because they had not been doing that. Somebody in there got like, wait a minute. We could probably make a bunch of money here.
Yeah.
We got to stop these things from going through.
because that's the most egregious thing. Heaven forbid a couple of sports cards cross the border.
A Crown Corporation on top of that.
Yeah.
So meaning
Stupidity.
it is a private company, but it also is government subsidized and funded as
Yeah.
well. So
Mhm.
we have somewhat of a say as the people, we the people, for the people, by the people, whatever, have something to say about that. And it seems like we don't have anybody talking on our side. Like
Mhm.
if they would lower the rates, they understand. Oh, look at all the letter mail we lost. And I'm saying, yeah, what'd you lose? 78 cents? Like you're not going to every house for 78 cents. Now you're going for $15, $20 a parcel. Come on, guys. And you don't have to hit every house. Tell me you're losing money. You're not. You're not. With eBay, Amazon, and all the other online ordering, they're making tons more money with parcels than they are in letter mail.
Yep.
Gotta be.
I'm gonna start my own drone business.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna sit here and be like, "Hey, Carlos, I like that card that you have there. I want it." You can be like, "Okay." I'll be like, "Hold on." I'll just sit here and I'll fly my drone up to you, land it right on your porch. You put the card in. I thank you. Fly it back. What do you think about
Interesting.
that?
I think it's a great idea. I look forward to the amount of drone crashes suddenly increasing overnight. It's like, oh, it's left. Oh, you turn. Oh, oncoming drive. Oh,
Bang,
well, I got
bang.
some sweet dash cam footage for the
Mhm.
YouTubes. What happened? Drone flies into tractor trailer. Tractor trailer crashes into car. Big 50 car pileup.
Yep.
Well, the downside is I'm out on drones. The upside is on AdSense. I'm making a killing.
On YouTube, yeah.
I remember my
amazing.
son 10 years ago, he goes, oh, they're going to have drones next year. They're going to be flying around everywhere. I said, not in your life, Steven. Come on, kid. Give me a break. How can they fly those around? The first one that crashes into a baby in a carriage is like, it's over. Come
Right.
on. You know,
Unless,
yeah, they
unless
do
the
it
person we really
rurally.
don't, unless we really don't like that person and their kid's like really ugly, you can
Mhm.
do it again. Just
Right.
do it again. Just make sure.
Like rural,
you know.
they can do rural stuff. Sure. You know,
Yeah,
you want
yeah,
to
yeah,
check your cows or,
Yeah, there's a
you know,
couple there. Yeah,
but
I
pretty
can
good.
see a drone going right
the
through the side
cities.
of a cow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we need the YouTubes for. So policy says, Postmaster General that likes the devil's lettuce? Perhaps, Paul. Perhaps. He knows.
I think we should do a movement.
A whole movement?
I don't know. You know, enough people complain enough that we can maybe change things. You know, the one thing they don't have is media mail, which is a magazine. You know, if it is a magazine, why does it have to be like $14 to ship a magazine that's worth $8? It's like you can't win. Like on my books, I couldn't win, but it is media, and we're trying to promote media in the country. Yet, you know, the CRTC has nothing to do with it. It's like, come on, you guys have an influence here. Let's do it.
Why
But-
do I have to spend $14 to get something shipped from Canada to my house when the card I paid, $4 for the card, but it's $15 to get it to me?
Yes,
That's
that's
utterly
the
ridiculous.
downfall.
Well,
And they don't understand. They don't understand volumes.
Yeah, that's kind of the big issue is that it's not even the, like I said, I don't enjoy the fact that they try to get you to fill in like literally on the custom form, it's like trading card value $10, and it's like, guys, this amount of energy is a waste of my time just to do this. And it's like guys, when it's literally a little thin piece of cardboard, what you need it
Don't
itemized
say
for you?
trading
Like,
cards. Say paper photo.
I don't know
Yeah.
what yours looks like, but here's a customs form that I have just sitting here, on this side of the border. And
You
I got to
don't even-
fill all that out. Handwritten, fill all that out. Here down at the bottom is what is it? How much is it worth? It's
Yeah.
it takes you a while to fill out a bunch of these.
Well, now everything's automated. Everything's printed out now, and it's all included. It just asks you.
I
what it
will
is,
say
ask you the value.
that when they finally started on the website, when they finally let you pre-fill and basically create a QR code that they could scan, that did streamline
Yes.
it a little bit. It was still a pain, but it was an improvement over the previous. Like it was still,
And
you could
even if your
pre-fill.
printer- Yeah.
Yeah, you could just print out the sheet and get the little QR code and go, here you go, here's the QR code, scan that. It gives you the info you need.
Yeah, they can print it out right there. You can actually take the QR code on your phone and go boop, and they'll print it
Yep.
right out and go, see ya.
Yeah, and at least it pre-fills it, so it does save you a little bit of time, which is nice.
Yeah.
I just like the $1 cost listing, $5 to ship. Comsi does this all the time on the eBay page. Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it discourages people from buying from you. So because it makes it hard to be competitive. That's why I tell a lot of the Americans guys, it's like, look, I would love to have eBay standard envelope. I would love for that to be an option. I don't have it. Like I would be happy to provide it, but I don't. It for me, the moment I take it out of a regular plain white envelope, and even with a plain white envelope, you're kind of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, hoping somebody doesn't crush it and put it into a machine in a weird way or something strange. The moment I put it into one of these to try to protect your card, because this is sufficient protection if you just put it in a decent enough holder. Like I'm at least taking care of most of the bidders appreciate that I'm at least trying to take care of their card a little bit. So by the second I do that, if the Canada Post decides to be an asshole about it, then it's like $7 or $8 for me.
Yeah. So you have to be more creative yourself on your end.
Yeah. It just sucks. It's terrible. And like for small cards, like, is that even worth it? No. Then it's a
You
pain
can put it in a
ass.
regular envelope. You know,
I can, but I try to avoid that just because, like I said, I'm trying to give that little extra piece. I have a whole case of envelopes. I'm trying to give them that little piece of customer service.
You bought them, you got to use them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to use them, but also they do appreciate it on the other end that you did take, and like I said, up until this point, for $3.60, I was able to get them across.
Yeah.
And now if they're being a jackass about it, they're doubling my cost for nothing and offering me nothing in return, basically.
More than double.
So let me go here. Here you go. Hey, I'm just create a ComC account and ship it home whenever you want. Yeah, you can consolidate it. That is a more helpful way to do it.
Yeah.
A QR code that works when it wants to. That is true. Yeah, Paul's right. Stuff to say. Yeah. I had to return to Canada per the suggested U.S. Customs to throw away a bottle of Tylenol with codeine. Save me and them from filling out paperwork. Yeah, it's silly stuff. It's always somebody that gets it in their head that is like, I'm protecting the nation, and they'll go to move heaven and earth for the smallest thing, and they'll like fixate on their head. I gave you guys a story before of when I went over to. We were going to go to the baseball game in Buffalo. So the little Coca-Cola field there where the Buffalo Bisons play. Great little field. It's actually a very fun game, a place to check out a baseball game. But it was summer and it was the afternoon. It was an afternoon game. And my buddy's a teacher. It's summertime. He's off. And I was working shift work. So that day I didn't have a shift. So I was off. But the border guy is like all suspicious. He's like, why aren't you at work? And it takes all my willpower not to be like, I'm on shift work like you, dumbass.
Yeah.
I'm at work when I'm supposed to be at work. And when I'm not at work, I'm not at work.
Yeah. If I was here later on tonight, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly.
You're on shift work, you fuck.
It's like, dude, it's like we all our stuff, we have our passports. What is your problem? Why do you care? Like, it's like, what are you doing? Going to a baseball game. We're gonna go watch we're gonna watch people play the baseballs.
Those guys have never had any power in their life, and they get
and that's it,
job,
exactly.
And that's it. It's just like it's over because they got to puff out their chest and read you the rights.
And half the time you go the other way with a bazooka strapped to your back, and they're like, "As you were."
No, they saw that he's from Colombia, and they were, oh, slow your roll.
Was that Colombia?
Hey,
Colombia?
my mom is from Colombia. I'm from Panama.
Colombia.
He'll change his tune. He'll change his tune when he needs something.
Yes.
You'll always need a favor, and when that moment comes, nothing.
Well, we got to set up a meeting with the post.
No case of cocaine for you.
Yeah, I'd love to say either I would need somebody murdered or I need cocaine. Those are the only
Do you
two
have any
places
idea how often that comes up, Eric?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like,
There's lots of.
it's a booming business for a reason, Bougie Eric. A booming business.
That's true.
Both of those things.
All right, I take it all back. I want to stay on you good side.
Mm.
There was codeine in those pills that left on the border.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, that's the good stuff, brother.
The other one that crossed my mind. Like I said, I'm sitting there, and as much of a smartass as I am conventionally, I come up with all kinds of stuff in my head, even while I'm like going through a Rolodex of options. Like, wait, this option, this option, this option. I wanted to go with independently wealthy.
This one's
independently wealthy, unlike you peasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't get you far.
No, it doesn't. I gave the correct answer, but that isn't to say that I don't at least review the other options. There's some pretty good options. There's some good ones.
Sure, there's 4 or 5 that goes through your head at the initial start.
Mm-hmm.
That's sarcasm. It's hard to hold back sometimes.
It's like I said, you got to go through the options. There's just so many. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm in jail on this one. No,
exactly. This one gets me shot, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Bougie Eric and the Devil's Dandruff. That's right. He needs what he needs. He needs what he needs. I don't know
What
what
are
to
all
tell
the
you, man.
names for cocaine, Eric? You've heard them all. Come on. What is it? Devil's dandruff. Come on.
Let's see. What's my
My personal favorite is chocolate stick. It's quite the euphemism.
Yes.
Some people talk about it constantly, and it's like, we know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. No secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's not a very good
Peruvian margarine
denial there,
powder.
Eric. It's not a very good denial.
Peruvian
Eric's just sitting
margarine
there like,
powder.
damn it, they figured me out.
Yeah.
But yes, so bottom line of the whole thing, it looks like for the folks on the Canadian side of things, it looks like they're currently in their phase of cracking down on shit. So just be aware of that. Do not be surprised if you have to keep an eye out open for that, and be prepared to take countermeasures if needed to figure out what you need to do. So
Did they
just letting
drop
you know. That's up.
Did they lessen it because the holidays were coming up and they thought they'd give us a break?
Mhm.
Oh.
Well, like I said, for I would say for the last 4 or 5 months, I have had almost no issues. I haven't had barely anything bounce back. It's been really good for a while. For
I got
whatever
one
reason,
back.
like I said,
I got one back. It was a keychain that went to California.
yeah, it was just the fact that it was 100% this time around. Like for that particular order, like those envelopes were all sent off at the same time, and they were all like, because it's not the stamps. If you send stamps, they'll send it back 100% of the time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But you can get a little printout. It's $3.60, $3.19 plus tax, $3.60. But it's a printout. You put it on there, and it's supposed to be, it's for letter mail. That should be it. You should be good. And they print it out at the post office, and literally they put it on. And yeah, no, even with those, bounce back.
And God forbid you use those stamps that you buy, those old stamps from the guys at 50 cents on the dollar, and then stick the shit out of it all over. That's coming back for sure.
100%. Yeah. And like I said, the unfortunate thing, and it's not like you get a rebate. Oh, you need more postage on it. Okay, if I fill in the customs form and put more postage, will you rebate me the $3.60 I already paid? Nope.
Really?
They won't. No, they don't now. Your post office, they might, but I can guarantee the last time I tried, they don't give you shit. You get to pay again.
Really? Bastards. So anyways, that keychain came back from California. Then I got more creative. I cut out a little die cut out of the styro board, put it in a regular envelope, put a piece of cardboard on the front and back, and then no problem. Because some things go through. It's the suspect things. There must be somebody tacking everyone, just going, okay, what's in here? What's in here? Unless it's going through. I can't believe that they would take the time to go through an X-ray. It must be somebody feeling at the end. I don't know. Do you know the time involved in that? And actually, we're subsidizing them, so we're paying for our own problems. Is really in the end result, right?
Yeah, I think the funny thing about it is that when you originally said you were getting creative, my first thought was, so you get a mule, you get them to swallow the item, and then you throw them off Niagara Falls. Swim for your freedom! And make sure you deliver the keychain. Yeah. That would be another approach.
That's super creative.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's another approach.
Not that good.
Okay, but there's still time, Bobby. There's still time.
A ferret. Yeah,
could be. Why not? We'll say one of the raccoons, one of the delivery raccoons. Paul here says, surprised they don't get class action suited out. That crap would never fly in America. The court that you'd be using would be the same court that is paid by the same corporation. They're like, absolutely, yes. We've considered this very carefully. It's all legal.
Yep.
Move on, bitches.
That's it.
It's like, how is that legal? We've changed the law. Now it's legal.
Yes.
All good.
But I really like to work out. I love to work with them and say, hey, listen, this is what you need to do. This is what we need to do. And everybody's happy because, a lot of people won't even do eBay or sell stuff because they don't want to ship it. They don't want to get involved. You go to Marketplace on Facebook and people go, no, I don't want to ship it. I don't want to ship it. So if you live close, that's great. If you don't, you're beat. So if they would work things out, I think they could increase their business tenfold, like 10x. It's better than Fanatics. It's going to be 10 times better than Fanatics. Another 10x.
10x of 10x.
10x, 10x. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we could live a happy life and go forward with and every hobby must go through this. Every hobby.
Yeah. I think it's funny about it is that when we're looking at what they done is that they're simultaneously complaining that revenues are down, but at the same time, they're like, we just need to keep increasing prices and make the service worse. And I'm like, you think that's going to make us ship more?
Yes,
When you make it more of a pain in the ass? Good thinking.
it's
That's some good thinking.
redundancy. It's redundancy,
Yeah.
and I don't understand it because every year it goes up all the time. So at what point does it become too much to ship some things? And then they don't see it that way, I guess, and we're stuck holding the bill. And you keep getting the gas, the fuel surcharge, and now you have the carbon fucking whatever. Now it's like, holy shit! Well, give me a break, guys.
Yep.
It's just way too far.
Stu
That's
here
why
has
I'm as creative as you can be.
well,
And
except
I'm
for,
going to
except for throwing a mule over Niagara Falls and getting
I-
sued for their freedom.
I said a ferret.
I'm just saying.
He just
So
goes-
Stu here has the appropriate position. Package feeler, trend location, Trent, Ontario. Employment type, temporary, new language requirements, English, essential job. Thank you, Stu. Paul says, whole customer paying for a service doesn't work and doesn't get refund part would never fly. Welcome to Canada since Confederation.
Hey, what can you
Enough
do?
judges and ranking government officials. It's a crown corporation. It's owned by the government.
It's not owned by the government. It's kind of it's part and partial of that. It's not.
But it's a governmental department. Let's put it this way. They're not terribly. There's folks that are associated to it that have a lot of say in how that silliness gets played out.
Yeah. It's actually a private company that has government regulations. It was sort of like when they sold the 407, and then if you didn't pay your 407 bill, then the government would sit there and go, you can't get your license until you pay 407 bill. And I sat there and go, that's a company from, where was it, South America or Sweden or something? I said, they own it. How they, what?
But that's the reason why I say, like, it's like,
Silly.
okay, so let's put it this way. Maybe you're right. The verbiage is not owned, but they have an interest in maintaining what they're doing.
Of course.
A very strong interest in the sense that, they're
But
not
those
going to
guys
side
aren't
with the consumer.
bonded. No, those guys aren't bonded. You ever see them? Holy jeez. Well, you're man, if you ever looked at a hangover, that's most of the half of the crew.
Yep, pretty
My
much.
dad worked for the post office for 40 years. So there you go. He went
There you go.
management the last 10 years. So 15 years.
Nice. So let me ask a question. I actually got one thing. There's only really one thing news-wise. Like I said, the Brady thing to me wasn't news. We showed 100 examples of really bad, photoshopping / airbrushing. We should have even head swaps. So we even showed examples of that. I did laugh though. This one is kind of a little bit pertinent to obviously what's going to go on this weekend. So we've got to have the NFL, more of the NFL playoff games. There was a Brock Purdy that actually sold. It was the Brock Purdy Black Finite 1 of 1, sold for $125,723 on alt.
How pretty was it?
Like this. And my first question is, man, Eric has a lot of like button money, is all I'm saying. A lot of like button money.
So you could buy 3 condos in Cambodia with that.
Ooh. But yes. So at least that one at least relates to it. Pretty good money though. 125,000 for they're hoping the best for the guy, but at this stage, again, in the down hobby economy, 125K, it's a pretty solid outcome, pretty solid work.
Yeah, but it's pretty silly going forward, honestly. When cards are worth, like, you could get every hockey set for that money, from 1910 right up to 1990. Not in the top condition, but some. Like, honestly, that's for one card. That's beyond whatever.
Yeah.
And
so
he's
here's
a rookie?
For that one, he's a rookie, yeah.
So he's done nothing yet.
Oh, God, no.
So it's all speculation.
They're hoping
investor.
the San Francisco's favored. They should be. They're going to be the favorite against the Packers this weekend. They're favored to go to the Super Bowl. If they do and things work out well for Purdy, well, great, good for them. But at the moment, you're baking in. You're hoping for a championship at the minimum right now as a starting point. Probably multiple championships.
25K. That's the silly part where the hobby went. That's, in my opinion, that's where everybody got caught and everybody got screwed. And that's 125 grand for somebody who hasn't done anything yet. It's just silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here says, looks so C to B, heavy on the right. It is off center. Who buys that? Eric. Coming on rule number 1, like I said, I meant the person who buys that is stupid. Yep, that's right. No, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for it, and Joel is right. It's off center. It's very much off. It's visibly off center. You can tell.
The funny part is, before that sheet was cut, the card beside it is worth $5.
That's the best. That's the best part about it right now. It's that. Yep, pretty much.
There you go.
Bert Alexander might lower that price. There you go. We'll have to see. Like I said, there's a lot of speculation to it. So I'm going to offer a couple of directions. We can pick which one we want to go with. I have the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame topic as a general thing. I'll play with it a little bit throughout the evening, but there's not too much to it. We just started. I will say it's been enjoyable watching some of the videos, and obviously I had my fun with it, but I usually do. Then I did enjoy that some people realize that it's like, once the people realize that I that I had in fact used the old video, and it's like I laid out the primrose path. I knew I wasn't 100% sure I was going to do it specifically this year, but I was like, it's in play. I've at least put it out there, and if I did it, it would make sense.
Well, you said you're lazy, so that was probably pretty much the laziest thing you could have done.
And I laid it out last year. That was an option. That option was on the table. It was on the table. And this year we executed on it.
Yes.
I wasn't going to change the list really. Like for me, it was going to be like, no, I'm basically going with the same. Why would I record a whole fresh new video for that? Especially when I already laid it out.
It's a waste of memory. What do we call it now?
Well, in this case, it would have been a waste of trying to come up with a creative concept beyond that. As it was, I promise you, no one else thought to do that, and no one else thought to dub over the one piece and play it out. As like literally, I changed a couple of small things, and I was like, "Boom!" You have any idea how quick the edit was on that? It was brilliant. Boom, 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 boom. Click.
And it was kind of funny in a sense.
Yeah. Sean Sayer says he already won the Super Bowl price, and the price only goes down from here. I would agree. Yeah, that's already with championships built in, plural. So even winning this year is not going to be enough necessarily. I would expect the price to go down if you try to move it right away.
Yes, but down the road, if he starts winning and keeps winning and setting records and stuff, yeah.
If you continue to accumulate, then a 1 of 1 for his rookie, then yes, down the road. But you need to start stacking accolades.
Those are
plural.
Definitely the millionaire playboy kind of guys who are chasing that stuff. It's just whatever.
Yep.
It ain't me.
Makes sense. But yeah, kind of Bob Wilson's point, I did see that the channel has gotten a couple different votes, so I appreciate that, including some of the folks here. So thank you to those folks. I've been having fun with it. Like I said, I enjoy I don't take it very seriously. I will say though, and I'm sure some of you have seen it. John Mangini already did his rant for the YouTube Hall of Fame. I was like, yep. I was waiting. I was like, which one of you? Which one of you is it? Mangini, of course.
I didn't see it.
It was basically ranting about people being negative about it and kind of complaining about it. But it went on for like 16 minutes. It was like a 16-minute rant. But I was like, I'm just waiting. I was hoping which one of you. I was like, which one of you is it going to be? Mangini, of course. An excellent choice. A fine vintage. Go on. Amuse me. Me.
We are not amused.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not that easily.
Hope Carlos gets in. He would have to give Eric a piece of the patch. Absolutely. I'd give him the envelope. I'd charge him for the shipping too.
Yeah, that's COD.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What are you eating? Cake? Pie? Ice cream?
Chocolate sticks.
Nobody chooses ice. Yes.
Ice cream cake.
Ice cream cake with mayo, looks like. Ice cream cake. Is it just ice cream or is there cake in it too? Because I'm tired of people calling fucking ice cream cakes because they just have ice cream. It's just fucking ice cream. It's not a cake. It's shaped like a cake. You can't call it a cake because cake has cake. Right? Unless they put some base in it and then put a layer in between, then we can maybe get to an ice cream cake. But otherwise, I got an ice cream cake. No, you got ice cream. Why don't you just buy a fucking tub, scoop it out, put it in your fucking bowl, and say fuck off. Save yourself $47. Okay.
You better now, Bobby.
I did enjoy how
pet peeves today.
Can I be blunt? I got more proper ranting energy from Bobby Burrell on that than I did from Mangini in his rant video that the first one was rant.
Yeah.
I got more proper ranting energy from Bobby Burrell just now.
I mean,
Just
who knew
saying.
that? Who knew that ice cream cake was what what's going to set him off?
Yeah, but listen, I'm here for it. I appreciated it.
I haven't yet said it here, so I'm making sure that it's in the record book.
That it's known. Yes,
Sure.
Michael App says John is easy to upset. Reminds me of my uncle. Fair enough. Paul says mayo and filled donut.
That's disgusting.
Blah.
So if you had a
Crab
donut
cakes.
cake and it was all made of ice cream, what the fuck kind of cake would it be? There you go.
Mhm. Paul says, I don't think
Chocolate
Mangini's upset if they records himself giving the punching bag or working over. Maybe. Wes says, damn, I didn't know I needed that ice cream cake rant. We all did, Wes. We all did. So, Eric, speaking of cake, why don't we right now we can mention it again a little later on. However, we got a couple different folks in here, by the way. Hit the like button, Eric will pay for it. And he will pay for it as a wonderful present for someone at the house. You want to let him know?
So, the reason I'm eating this cake, and I'm trying to see if,
Aside said is having you to get Bobby to rant.
yeah, right. Hold on a second. So, my wife has her attention at the moment.
Okay.
So, I won't hold off any longer, so she can watch it on rewind. So today is my mother's birthday, and that is why I have ice cream cake. We just had a little ice cream cake party downstairs, and for all those that watch the show regularly, and some of you get a kick out of my mom participating. I think it would be great if we could get as many people as we can out of the 39 people watching, just to do a little happy birthday note in the chat from my mom, who is watching right now. I just got word she's back to watching. My wife is not bothering her anymore.
So Wes is first out of the block. We got one here.
Thank
So
you,
thank
Wes.
you, Wes.
But I would love to see how many people can just give my mom a quick happy birthday in the chat. We got 39 people watching. I'd love to see as many as we could just to give my mom a quick happy birthday. Mom watches every week. She's very supportive of me doing this. She gets a kick out of it. She loves participating. We just had her on the show a couple of weeks ago. She loves typing in and participating in it all, and she loves all the positive stuff that you guys say to her, and everybody in the chat's always been so nice to her. So I wanted to just take this opportunity to say, Mom, I love you. Happy birthday. And I appreciate everybody in the chat giving their birthday wishes to you. So
yeah, it's a pretty good run of happy birthday wishes.
Happy
birthday, Kathy.
Wait, I can't type, so
No worries.
there's no
So happy
typing here.
birthday.
There's no way to. I can't even see the chat. We're stuck.
So I appreciate everybody. I hope she'll she gets together with her group of friends. I'm sure she'll tell everybody that everyone gave her a happy birthday wish on the YouTubes, and happy 30th. Yeah, I'll make her happy.
30th
So
ice
stuff.
cream cake.
Well, I love you, Mom. Happy birthday.
There you go. And happy
We'll
birthday,
get you
Miss
a real
Wade.
cake, Mrs. Wade. Don't you worry.
There you go. Bobby will make sure of it. No doubt.
Ice cream cakes. Come on, people.
I'm all done with my ice cream cake.
No, you're done
there
with
you
your
go.
ice cream. You're not done with cake. You can put your ice cream. You can put it in a freaking bowl on a spoon. That's what ice cream cake is.
It's my mother's day. She wants to call it ice cream cake and give me some. I'm gonna let her do it.
She didn't buy it
There you
herself.
go.
You guys bought it for her.
Her best friend bought it for her.
Oh,
So
all right.
There.
Okay, good enough. So, what flavor
There you
was it? Vanilla?
it was vanilla and chocolate with chocolate fudge and some like crushed up Oreos in the middle.
Okay, you're on the edge of cake.
Yeah.
You're cake adjacent. Cake
Yes.
adjacent.
Cake's
There you
similar
go.
in a crushed Oreo kind of way.
I do enjoy that we got a wall of like great happy birthday wishes. now we're into the latter portion of it.
Yeah, now we're into let's bash Eric. Okay. I appreciate it. Either way.
There was still a good block of happy birthdays. I
Yes,
saw it like a good block.
Yep. So I want to again say thank you to everybody for being so kind to my mom, not only tonight, but for the past couple of years. She gets a kick out of it. I know she appreciates it too. And for those who have now switched from being kind to giving it to me, you can all go screw yourselves.
There you go. It's come full circle. Good stuff. Good
We can all go screw ourselves. You got screwed. You didn't get cake.
And Bobby will be happy to explain
He's
in
gonna-
intricate detail.
He is going to die on this hill. He has not
Like,
given up on this.
There's no death on this hill. The only death is that it is not a cake. I'm so sorry.
Well, I think if you have
I'm very
enough of this,
technical. If I
I think if you have enough of this not cake, diabetes will probably kill you eventually.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
That'll
I'm
get
just
everything.
saying,
Oh,
there's some death on this hill.
yeah, true enough.
on
So if I was to
July-
document that in my so-called app that I think I have,
Mm.
if I put it down that it was a cake and people are looking for cake and then it's ice cream, like what would they think of me? Yeah, the guy's a loser. He doesn't know how to document anything because he doesn't know what a card is,
I'm
doesn't know
gonna
what
do-
a
I'm
cake
going
is,
to
doesn't
do
know what ice
research.
cream is.
And I
Now,
am
if you
going
had
to-
cake with ice cream a la mode, that's killer.
okay.
That's the be all the end all. You don't have to crumble some fucking Oreos on top or in between.
We are going to get a pool of money together. We're going to take up a collection. July 4th, we're going to have the biggest ice cream cake in the history of ice cream cakes sent to your house.
Thank you.
Can
And
I
that'll
ask
be
a serious
On account
question?
of America's birthday and how retarded that would be, it would be perfect. Yes.
Perfect. Love it. So I have a legitimate question. So since like I said, since the festivities have opened on the whole voting and nominations, does anyone else that's voting for any of these, either voting for or that are nominees for the YouTube Sports Hall of Fame, has a single one of them ever had an in-depth dissertation and dissection on the on the ice cream cake phenomenon?
Nobody.
I defy you to find me one.
Yes. You can only find that on Because I'm Carlos. Please vote.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, please. Oh, God, please. Please vote.
Let-
Please.
Listen, it's Eric. It sells itself. Hashtag scholarship. Hashtag scholarship, Eric.
I am
Hashtag
going to,
scholarship.
if somebody is dumb enough to put
Go on, make your case.
To put ice cream in a cake, yes.
You're doing
That's all
great.
it
Go ahead, make your case. I'm hearing you out. We're all
I got
Well,
every
intent-
angle covered on this. Don't you worry.
yeah. Say it.
I'm
Well, if
detailed
the court
oriented, too.
designates cake-related deaths as COVID, fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do. For Bobby, what percentage of the mixture needs to be cake or for it to be ice cream cake? So what's the ratio? What's the mix?
I would think it would probably have to be at least 30%
Mm,
cake.
Okay. All
Like
right.
either
So
a-
there's got to be
either
30%
the base,
cake
the
material.
middle, and a little on the top, or
Okay.
somewhere in between there. Then you could kind of get into an ice cream cake. I remember Carvel. I remember that commercial. Remember that guy? Do you remember those commercials, Eric?
oh, yeah.
The guy had this voice. Oh, I got the Carvel ice cream. And everything. He did his own commercials. It's like, really, dude? Anyways, it was American TV. So we got Channel 4
Fudgy
and stuff
Whale.
like that.
Fudgy the Whale.
There you go. So he used to we do the best ice cream cakes around, but he used to put this base, they would show it. He put this base down, then he put a layer of ice cream, then there was another layer of something in between, and then something on top on. So he did it properly. Like that, I would give an ice cream cake, the platitude for that. That's fine. But otherwise, no. No, sorry. I won't even get into that because that was a good one.
All right. So I've gone through a couple of these comments as we've been talking. So so this first hour was dedicated to the dissertation of Bobby Burrell on the importance of ice cream cake, so that we all are on the same page and we understood where we all stood.
I
was
made a
important.
fight for Mrs. Wade's side.
It's
It was
important.
all about her.
I appreciate it.
I was
So
looking
now
for
as
justification.
we conclude the first hour and into the second hour, I want to say Michael Ham says, "How's the show not sponsored?" Well, that first hour was all Bobby Burrell. It was getting us the ice cream cake lowdown. But there is a friend of the channel in AMG Collectibles. And whether you want to have ice cream cake or whether you know what ice cream cake is, if you are interested in something related, card related, That's where amgcollectibles.ca comes in, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. And I know for a fact that the auctions on the cup case that was open
yes.
on that channel, those auctions have concluded. I know what a couple of the cards sold for, but we're going to get a breakdown. We're going to find out all the truth, figure it out, make a video about it, and we'll check out how things went. I know 1 or 2 cards what they went for, but I'm going to be curious to see what the totality is. All the cards that were involved in that case have all been sold. That'll be the plan. I want to get some of the information from them, so I know that we know now what they completed for. But at the same time, we also want stuff that's paid for. So I'll follow up with them to make sure that, hey, we know what the totals are. We also know what's been paid for, because if it hasn't been paid for, then it's not really sold. We want to make sure we get the real
I think
numbers.
most of those would be paid for.
I think that should be all right.
But
Yeah,
cup
we'll-
is kind of new. So
We'll await the official. We'll get the real official. There you go. I'm just going to scroll through.
Of course,
She's out of cake. Yep. Pick the wrong month to give up ice cream. Now I need another scotch. That's right, Mike. Live the dream. What percentage is changed to ice cream and a cookie? So this is the ratio of ice cream to cookies. Important questions. Bake your mother a cake, Eric. Do you really want to let that man near an oven?
yeah, true enough.
Yeah, that's not smart.
Good one. Touche.
Yep. Gonna bid on some AMG Collectibles auctions. Have fish some cake. Do what you must, Bob Boozle. Do what you must. Any cards inserted in that ice cream cake? Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Fiber.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on long-term value of Prism 2023 White Knights? Do you think they are worth more than True Gold or Shimmer? I don't know what that is. I know that it exists, but I just don't know what it is.
It's
I
not
don't
worth
know,
more than ice cream
don't
cake.
know what white knights are.
There's probably a parallel, but I'm not, like I said, Prism has a lot of parallels at this point. I'm genuinely not familiar. I don't know what that one would look like. I'd have to look it up. Let's go through here. If you leave it on the counter, it's cake. If it goes to the freezer, it's ice cream. There you go.
Yeah, true enough. There you go. Well, I remember my sister got my mom got my sister an ice cream cake. She left it in the trunk, and enough said. It was everywhere. It was everywhere. I think we have a picture of it somewhere. I'll try to dig that out and show you.
Yeah. Good evening, Steve. By the way, Steve, I don't know if you caught it off the top of the broadcast.
Yeah,
We were giving an appreciation to your prediction, which came true so quickly. It's wonderful.
as we often reference the IRP.
Of course. Especially when the Hockey Oracle nails it within 24 hours.
Yes.
Love it.
We love,
Love
the
it.
earth.
Mm-hmm. White Knights numbered out of 3, boring design. That's a shame. Yeah, so kind of your question, long-term value, if it's just a generic looking insert out of 3 or not, if you're a player collector, there'll be some value. If it's just a generic, like whatever, then it'll be kind of a generic whatever. I don't
Like
think too
the
many people
Boston
give it too much
set?
thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I'll give you a quick example of this though. Prism. So talking about Prism, the golds are out of 10. But there are ones that are lower number than that. And the ones that are lower number than that, yes, they hold value, but a lot of people look for the gold because they like the gold. The gold has a certain consistency. They appreciate it for that. If
Gold
it's
is the
just,
top
even
usually.
if it's lower numbered, if it's just kind of generic looking, it's not that exciting. The player collector will still want it. Everybody else will be like, meh. Yeah. Good evening, sir. How's it going?
Man, y'all were talking about something that I was going to talk about.
You
Ice
better
cream
not
cake.
talk about ice cream cake.
Is it about
bro.
cake? Ice cream cake? Because Bobby's really into that.
No.
Is it happy birthday, Eric's mom?
No, but happy birthday, Miss Wade. Now I feel bad because I was going to see if I could get an allowance like Eric does. But it's her birthday, so I can't ask that now.
You don't pay him enough. You got ice cream cake. That's why.
Yeah. So real quick, hold on. I'm gonna. So Steve, you can still go back. I would appreciate it, but hold on. I can play it since we passed the first hour. Let me quickly play it. It's only about 30 seconds anyway. So I will quickly play this. So here it is, Steve. If you're checking this one out,
I would put my money on if it's going to be done again this year, we should know something this week, is what I would think.
A few moments later.
It's that time of year again. It is the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame election season.
There are ways to win this, hidden all around you. Let the game begin.
you see the Hockey Oracle strikes again. 24 hours.
No,
That's how long it took. Oracle strikes again. That's all I'm saying. Scrolling through here for White Knight sold for 130 at auction. Number to 3. That isn't too crazy. Green out of 5 is trash. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you should make comments patting each other in the back. That's facts. Nicely done. Yep. Let me scroll here. I'm sure I have a hardline stands at PSA grading in stores. Now the baubles here. Facts. How expensive is $3 a week on hot dogs? Maybe. Getting 357. When the moment is right, I have to have my video package. That's what I do. I do what I can, Steve. As soon as it all came together. Plus, as I said on the IRP, it is my favorite content time of the year. It's better than Christmas, my friends. As soon as that happens, it's the joy that writes itself. So yes. So Brandon, tell us what did you want to speak on? What matters of great import did you wish to discuss?
Well, I know we're supposed to be immature in this show,
and we've been quite a bit tonight already. Yes.
I need some serious help and seriousness.
All right, serious help.
Because I have a question for everybody, all you guys, the chat, everything, because I'm in a pickle. As a player collector, and I'm talking pure collector, like probably not many other people really care, but it's a player you collect, it's what you enjoy. And something presents opportunity of itself. And about what it's probably worth in the open market, but it's priced way higher than that.
Go on.
What are you willing to stretch to in order to get it? Because remember, you're a collector. It's the player you collect.
Easy answer. I got it. Let me wind up and pitch it to you. Sell something you really don't care about, or a couple things, and just buy it.
Yeah, but nobody wants to give me top dollar for Eric, or bottom dollar, actually, Bobby. Like, I'm not getting much. The offers are pretty low, man. Pretty low offers. Like, I've tried. It's not for lack of effort.
My mother's been trying to sell me since the day I came home.
So we're both fighting the same problem. We're having the same struggle.
Oh,
I am understanding the struggle that this woman suffered under all this time.
I heard that's why Eric hates mayonnaise, is because Miss Kathy tried trading him for mayonnaise at the grocery store. I heard that was part of
didn't work.
This
no.
scenario.
Yeah.
If they hadn't tried to give her the knockoff brand, she might have agreed.
Yes.
You can't go knockoff brand. Like what is it? Whip dressing? What they call it? Whip dressing? What's the like not real mayonnaise whip dressing when they go like the other version?
It was
like
the store brand.
In England, it's called salad cream. It is.
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know what you call it. It's disgusting.
Well, salad cream you might like.
No,
more of a ketchup jar kind of thing.
I don't care what jar it's in.
They don't understand mayonnaise over there.
All right, so so we got some serious questions here. So how rare or limited is this card? Is this like a 101? What are we talking about?
This particular one, I'll spill the beans, okay?
Oh shit! Here we go.
There's no secret.
Robertson. No Flacco National Treasures. Go on.
No.
Okay.
No, there's one card
that
I've always spoke about that I've hunted, and I've been hunting.
Don't say Hal
for
Gill, please.
7 years now, I guess.
Okay.
That's the Michael Taylor Superfractor.
Ah, yes. Go on.
Superfractor.
I found the non-auto.
Okay.
Superfractor.
Is that a good thing?
That just means there's two versions of the Superfractor. Both.
It's essentially the second best, or it's on the same realm of the one I've been hunting for. And I've never even seen a picture of the auto or this one. And now it's appeared.
Good. Okay.
I just feel it's a bit high. I mean, I own 4 out of the 10 total because there's 5 auto, 5 non-auto of the Reds. I own 4 of the 10 of those. So I know the market on the Reds. And based on that, I just think the price is a bit high. I have a number that most people probably wouldn't pay for it in mind. I just got to see if they would be willing to to work on it. So
It's always good to offset something by selling something else that you don't really care. There's lots of stuff sitting around that you can probably get rid of, and it just lessens the blow. And you say, whatever.
yeah,
I will
Do it.
add what I will add. So from a player collector's perspective, since you asked for a serious answer, I'm going to give you a serious answer as a player collector. So I'll read a couple of these, but I'll also add my piece. So Bob here says, I don't stretch. I won't pay over what I think a card is worth. And I want to touch on that. This is important. What I think a card is worth, because I think there's a little bit of a definition you got to work out for yourself here. Second part is you're willing to wait another 7 years. Now, the tricky part about a 1-of-1 is that for a lot of players, there's a lot of 1-of-1s. It depends. So speaking player collectors, for a lot of the players and folks that I collect, there's a lot of different 1-of-1s. There are some that I would value more than others for aesthetic reasons or whatever the case may be. So I got to put it on the pecking order. That's the first thing I do. Run it through the pecking order. What is the most relevant, most interesting ones I care about the most? Let's assume it's somewhere right in that top tier, right at the top of the food chain. The problem is what it's worth becomes then, yes, what is it you're interested in doing for it? The one thing I would do though, and depending on how easily you can communicate with this person, is I would initiate a conversation that goes beyond just the straightforward back and forth. What I would do is I would be like, hey, you have this price in mind. I'm thinking a number. How did you come up with your number? I need to understand how they arrived at their number, because maybe they're out of whack. Maybe they're basing it on, because I've got my number too. I'm basing it on something too. I need to get us aligned on where, so that we can get somewhere closer. Because if we can get within striking range, then a small reach is not a big deal to me, especially for a 1-of-1. But depending on how far apart we are to start with, I need to understand what their anchor point is, because maybe they're just bullshitting a number. Maybe they're just coming up with a number out of the sky.
I think that's what they've done based on the number, because I actually have, this is the 2014 one, which was the first year he had on-card autos. I actually have the 2013 101. It's like the white ice or whatever the heck they called it.
Yeah.
I have that already. I have his Topps Chrome Superfractor rookie. I have his only bat knob that's in it. So I know like what I've obtained, a lot of those cards that you just don't see of him out there. And this number is pretty high above what I've obtained those cards for. So that's why I'm like, I really want it, but I don't want, like, as a player collector, you can talk yourself into, well, I've been hunting this. Let's just do it. I don't want to let it get away. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I'm like, it's like I'll spend more than it's probably worth, but it's because it's worth it to me.
Sure.
And but I got to get them to come to that number. So
So Steve here posed a question: have you submitted an offer yet?
I've reached out to them. I haven't heard anything back yet.
Okay, that's
told
fine.
them I was seriously interested. I was a big collector. I would like to see if we could come to a price that we both were happy with.
That to me is the right approach, though. Like, again, being serious, to me the right approach is, because with 1-of-1s it's tricky. We did the thing where I did that when I was opening those boxes, the AW thing, and I pulled that 1-of-1. I go, it's a 1-of-1. It's a character I like. And then, Bobby asked just kind of an open-ended question, what's the value? And I showed some other ones. The problem is you don't have anything that's exact to the, but you can gauge, generally speaking, how does another character or player of a similar level go for. But that doesn't mean the seller at the end of the day can say, like, yeah, I want to hang on to it and I need absolute, like, ridiculous money, whatever. That's one thing. Another one is, oh, I pulled it. I just don't want to give it away for free. But I don't know what not giving it away for free means. So they may not know what an actual reasonable price is for it. So you almost have to you have to figure out where they're at first, and then maybe educate where possible. But then, as long as you're not in a position, and the one trick that might be for you, because I know you're notoriously cheap, is to resist the urge to be like, oh, I have to hold out. If it's a couple of cents difference or a couple of dollars difference, like, no, then make it happen.
No, I'll say,
but be reasonable.
What I'm willing to, like, if he came back and told me, it would be above what 99.9% of the hobby out there would pay for.
All right.
And it's still a strong number. I'm not trying to cut him completely out of his price, but it's also low enough that I don't want to look like I'm trying to lowball, if that makes any sense.
Well, if I had something that I wanted, then, there's a ring display I'm looking for from the 70s, where the rings, the vending machine display. Now, if somebody had that, I would trade him way more in value. then I would, and if I can pay for it, I don't want to really pay for it. It's like paying that money, and it'd probably be like $1,500 or something like that. If the right guy had it, he would know. So I would just sell a couple things just to lessen the blow. Like if you have the money in the account, that's fine. You can do that. And I would probably just do that. But I mean, for the most part, it takes that sting out because you go, I don't really care about that or that or that. Let's get rid of that. It lessens the blow, and you just move on it, and you got it. And
Yeah.
when it's rare, like rarity rules in the hobby in every which way. So
Well, like Bob
for it.
said, and Carlos mentioned educate him.
Yeah.
To compare, I actually, when I was on there, I also noticed that another red popped up. Now this one was raw. I paid $6.99 for the red. So the price on the Super at $500, $6.99. The Super is at $500 or best offer. So it's kind of now I'm not looking to get it for like $20 or whatever. But I just 500, I think 500 would
what do you think it's worth?
500 would probably be the range of maybe the auto. Okay.
Do you think it's worth about 300?
No.
Less?
No. Yeah.
Like 2?
I would pay 2.
Yeah,
Easy.
I don't think
I
the guy's going to go from 5 to 2.
That's why I said I didn't want to throw the offer and look like lowballing.
So go 201.
Yeah.
Great help. Tremendous help.
Yeah.
We got it. Okay.
59. Throws everybody off. Why would he offer that? What's 59 mean?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I sacrifice things.
He's the guy that I have back here. Like I have cleats. That's a game used bat that he personally gave me. All the cards on the top of that bat case are his. Like my rainbow that I've been working on. Like I said, I have the only bat knob of his that's ever been made. I have his Topps Chrome Superfractor. I have a huge collection of his stuff.
So you're saying there's 5 of these of each, the signed and unsigned?
No, the Superfractor, there's only 1 of each. The Reds, there's 5. And I have 2 of the autos and 2 of the non-autos of the Reds. I've actually been working on the rainbow going and anybody that collects, players or whatever. I've been doing it jersey number rainbow, which makes it even more difficult.
Yeah.
Because there's so much, like people sell his stuff. He's not like a big name. So much of his stuff hits the market. I was like, well, let me make it a little more challenging and let me try to get all of the jersey numbers. And I'm up to 99, I think. I have the green, I believe is where I'm at now. So as you get to the higher number, it's harder to find them. But I have all of the low numbered jersey numbers. So.
Well, how many times is this going to happen in your hobby history? Probably maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times in the course of 5 years, let's just say.
If it was the auto, I wouldn't be talking about it. I would just pull the trigger because
it'd probably be $1,000 then, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I think your discussion, I think your communication is going to be really important. So I'll just share with you kind of my philosophy on the player collection thing of it. I don't worry about you're being perfectly reasonable. You're trying to be fair to a budget. You're trying not to be irresponsible. All those things. For me, it's like I've bought cards for the player where I've gotten a great price. And I bought cards where I will never recoup that money in 1,000 years, no matter what happens. I paid more than any reasonable person would. But also in 10 years, with inflation, that's how much I'll pay for coffee. So do I really give a shit in the long run? Like if it's a long-term hold, like a legitimately long-term hold, is another couple of $100 in 10 years going to mean shit to me? The answer is probably no. In another 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, is it going to mean a dip? No. Whatever. So would I rather save the money? Of course. Listen, I'd rather get it for $1.50. If we all things being considered, I'd rather get it super cheap, like bargain basement, nothing. But if it's a long-term hold in the grand scheme of things, I've paid for some cards. I've honestly paid probably twice as much as I should have. and I will never get that money back, no matter what happens. But
And
at the same time,
that plays off
did I
the
want the card back?
conversation though. Like, it's weird how we as collectors are wired that way. We know it's not worth what we're going to pay on it, but it's like that satisfaction of accomplishment that it's like, well, screw the money, we're getting the item, you know?
Yeah.
And
but
most
that-
things in life we're not that way, but it's like in hobbies, and not just specifically cards, but in hobbies, we're wired as humans like, well, screw the money, I want to get this, you know?
Well, but
It's
you just touched on the key piece. The key here is that I was willing to pay because I wish to possess the thing. That was
Right.
more important to me than the money in that instance. So when it comes to now, other side of the equation, if it's something that I think I'm probably going to flip or do something with, well, then then we're going to be super price conscious.
Different.
Then we're negotiating price. We're gonna grind it down to almost the last penny to make sure we give ourselves room to succeed in what we're trying to accomplish. Because then it matters what we pay. What we paid matters a lot because it's not a long-term hold. The intention is to move it on to its next place. So we got to make sure we pay the right amount. For a lot of the collection pieces, paying the right amount, if it's a relative, now if it's your life savings, well then yeah, you better make sure damn sure this is what you want it to do. But like I said, a couple $100, even a couple of $1,000, everybody's budget's different. But in 10 years, I'm not going to know the difference between $1,000 today and $1,000 10 years from now because it's gone many times over.
Even though you think if I didn't spend that, it'll be gone either way.
Yeah. So that's the reason why I'm just trying to give perspective. And I'm not telling anybody to spend recklessly. That is not what I'm advocating here. I'm only stating that for a lot of folks, $100 or $200 today, unless your plan was to invest every penny of it, yes, then it's going to compound. Then you should invest it. Then it matters in the long run. But if it's just spending it, it was spending it on this or spending it on something else, then it really doesn't make that much of a difference in the grand scheme in the long term for an item you intend to hang on to.
Well,
Eric, do you have any Hal Gills that I could like consign? And
No, I have all the Hal Gills, and I'm like, my precious.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't.
True.
We don't give those up.
But Carlos is right. It's okay to be reckless on the odd occasion. And like I said, if you can take the sting away by throwing something that you got a lot of stuff behind you there. Get rid of a couple things that just lessens the blow, and it makes you feel morally better. But it doesn't do much for you, really. It's just it's $500. It's not a big deal. But he wants 5 or best offer, so he's willing to probably go to 4. So if you can finagle him around 3, sell something for $150, you're right at your $200 mark.
Right.
That's it.
But that's what I said. That was a serious
behind you. That's $150.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, you asked. It's like, no, that was a serious answer. That was a 100% serious, legit answer. The most serious answer I can possibly give you. My philosophy, and I'll right here. We'll touch on this. Totally agree. Players collect often pay more for cards and may never get those cards later if they were able to sell. Has been more on box cards than the average collector would. And it makes sense here because that's what he wants to do. The desire to hang on to it makes more sense than holding on. Now that for everybody else, that doesn't mean foregoing your savings. That doesn't mean not investing money that you should be investing for your long-term future, whatever that's going to look like. I'm talking about disposable income that you're either you spend it on this or you spend it on tacos, like whatever.
Tacos, hey,
listen, I'm just saying.
Ice cream
Some
cake.
people get really excited about tacos, or maybe buying real ice cream cake, real ice cream cake,
the real stuff. Well,
the
30%.
real,
yeah,
the real,
at least 30%. So,
but the point is that we make decisions every single day when we're spending money that is going to get spent. So the only question is, what bucket is it going to go under after we get past needs, requirements, and whatever it is? If we're talking disposable, all right, look, you can either spend it on this or you can spend it on that. The money's going to get spent. Which thing is going to give you the longer term satisfaction or give you what you want? That's the only question you need to ask.
And the final breakdown is really opportunity. Sometimes opportunity knocks only once. So you have opportunity on your side right now until somebody else is passionate as you is going to come in and offer them $350 and you go, okay, take it. And you said, I would have done that. So opportunity. I always say this to people I sell stuff to, and people I will buy stuff from. I want the opportunity to be first. I said I might not be able to afford it or don't want to pay that. That's fine. At least I got first opportunity. And I tell that to the other people who buy stuff from me. I say, listen, you're getting first opportunity. That is more of a gift than just the price. If you want to question the price, your opportunity level goes down a couple notches, and I contact somebody else next time. And they go, okay, yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, I'll take it. It's opportunity. And that is the whole hobby, is opportunity to acquire the thing at the right price. At the right price, sometimes it's more. Most of the time it's less, though. So this is going to be one of those times you're going to have to, screw the pooch and pay the money. Or sell something that's less interesting and get some money and offset it.
Oh, I am well known to sell things that I am not attached to buy things I do, because I look at it as trade. I look at it as I'm trading, even though it's
yes,
transactions.
exactly.
So I'll give you a cut if you
just
figure out how to
trading,
sell.
so.
I'll give you a cut, Brandon, if you figure out how to sell Eric. I've been trying.
Ooh.
Do you
It's gonna be
have
quite the sell job.
contact for Hal Gill?
Brandon.
That
Yes.
would add value. That would
Brandon.
add value.
Have you ever thought of GoFundMe?
Good
There
evening,
you go.
Albert.
Go
You see-
fund me to sell Eric?
No, to buy your card.
Oh, I don't. It's not about
Poor
the money.
desperate
It's me
collector
telling myself
Has
that
opportunity,
it's
but
okay to
doesn't wanna pay.
overspend on it. That's what it is. Remember, Bobby, I'm the self-appointed cheap ass.
I know, but if I give you 10 cents and 50,000 other people give you 10 cents, you pay for it.
Ooh.
Got a point.
You got to
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And if people hit the
that's
like
fair.
button, we can get Eric to pay more, and then Mrs.
Yes.
Wade gives out
See, Brandon knows. He already knows.
allowances, and
He's got the answers to his own questions. Man,
we got this.
And then at that point you just make it rain. Brandon, you just go for it.
I might tell
You
him
know
to
what?
send me two.
You know what, my dude? Here's an extra 20 for you. Have a good time. Take it
buy
easy.
20. Here you go.
Buy something nice. Buy something nice.
Buy an ice cream cake for fuck's sake, right?
There you go. A real ice cream.
The extra 20. Enjoy.
That's right. All right. So some good stuff here. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to make sure I reiterated John's comment here. So this is a good one. So like I said, and as a player collector, like very much so, we got into the philosophy of player collecting there. No one is ever going to say it's rational because your focus, it's different than collecting a set. If it's a set, you have a finite amount of stuff you're chasing after. As a player collector, you're going to rank certain items above others. You're going to be like, I am willing to go further. I'm willing to reach further for this because I value that item personally more so than a seemingly similar item for someone else, for whatever reason that may be for you. So that's an important distinction because so for John here, they still make Wade Boggs cards today. They do. However, playing days cards, I value them higher. So an equivalent playing days card, an equivalent modern card, I will be more interested in the playing day card, and therefore I'd be willing to pay more potentially for this one versus the brand new one they just made. Leaf made another card. They make a new card all the time. Yeah, I literally got 3 or 4 of them in this week, and I paid very little for them. They're nice cards. They're nice additions, but I paid little. This is critical. But if you give me a playing days one that I actually need on a dwindling checklist that's getting harder and harder and harder every day, and there's less there for me to chase, I'm going to work a lot harder to acquire that piece because it's a finite list. That list doesn't get bigger. It only gets smaller.
Yeah.
The brand new stuff, Upper Deck can print 100 more Medanos next year.
Oh, yeah,
And
they will. They will.
And that's the thing. They'll just keep making more. But the stuff from the playing days, the playing career is over. There is no more. That last year was the cutoff, 2010. That is the end of, I think, 10, 11. That's the end of the line. After that, it's like there's no more playing days. It's post-playing days after that. Different story. You go. Eric, did you go see Madonna?
I did not, but my wife did. Her and 2 of her work friends went in and saw the second show that wasn't 2 hours late to start, that she's now being sued for. So Madonna is notorious for starting her shows late and not being there on time, kind of like Axl Rose used to be years ago. And she is now being sued by concert goers for starting her show late and not fulfilling her contractual obligation, which is on the ticket. But my wife went to the second show, which started on time.
Mm.
Madonna,
Gotcha.
really? With her duck lips and everything? My God.
She said it was the strangest show she's ever been to.
Madonna is strange.
Oh, she's
And
out
she
of
lives with you.
She's out of right.
I was gonna say that's quite the bar. That's quite the standard we're talking about. Ooh.
She sees the Eric show every day, and she said this was the strangest show she's ever
This
been
is
to.
weird. This is weird. I've seen Eric with surrounded by chocolate sticks, and this is fucking weird.
Yep.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay.
You know,
All
I
right.
haven't had a chocolate stick in months. I'm gonna have to remedy that soon.
Now, to be clear, just so for
You
people
can't
that
get
missed
out.
earlier
That's
tonight,
why.
chocolate stick is actually euphemism.
It is. For male.
Stu says cake is going the distance tonight. I like what you did there. I like what you did.
Yeah, I love cake. And I like ice cream. I like ice cream and cake.
I'm not a huge cake fan. I don't love it.
But give me an ice cream cake and it's just ice cream. I'm upset.
I like ice cream. I'm never disappointed with ice cream. But with cake, sometimes I'm disappointed. It's dry or it doesn't taste the way I'm hoping.
Where are you buying it? It's not a chocolate stick at fucking Dunkin' Donuts.
Bobby, we're gonna find out that Eric has been going to the bakery and coming back with cake. And it's like, Eric, that's fucking bread.
It is.
It's like this just isn't as sweet as I thought it would be. It's
sweet
sourdough bread, you jackass.
Well,
no, it's cornbread. It's a little sweet.
I do have a history of getting the wrong things and being confused.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we know that very well.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
Turkey legs, chicken wings. I know.
It could be an issue. It could be a problem.
It happens.
Yeah. So you meant to
Steve
get
here
cake,
said-
but you got ice cream.
Yeah. Steve here says, as a player collecting, we've all overpaid multiple times. 100%. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
100%. But that's what I said, though. But the point that I made a little earlier, though, I think stands is that in the pecking order. So kind of when Brandon is talking about this, he's talking about a card that specifically he was pursuing and trying to find and hasn't seen images of. So that's a tougher piece. It's a lot closer to the infamous Grail status in the context of the player. It's a Grail for that player. So it's right up there in that upper echelon. But what you intend to pay on these, a lot of it depends on what you're trying to do. And that's why whenever I do a lot of the player collections, we'll play around with a lot of how we decide what we're chasing after, what we're prioritizing, and all those pieces.
Oh,
I had a lot of fun this week because I picked this one, got this one in person. Hold on, let me flip it. There we go. So there's 4 autographs on this one. And some people would be like, oh man, it's a PSA 7. It's like, dude, it's an out of 10 autograph with 2 Hall of Fame caliber quarterbacks and 2 other guys.
And 2 other
But
guys.
a lot. Yeah. Well, Mark Bolger and Matt Leinart don't quite qualify. But Drew Brees and Brett Favre, one of them is in the Hall of Fame. The other one should get there in due time. But the point is that this is a pretty cool card. And it's a rare card. It's exquisite, which is a nicer brand. Because it's a PSA 7, it depressed the price. It kept the price a little more reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care. Like for my purposes, I don't
For
give
an
a shit.
auto? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice one. On card autograph, all on card autos, nice. So for me, I'm like, that's great. So that's a cooler card to me. So being that I don't have a specific checklist for Favre, but I look at that card and I go, I'd like to add that card. That's a great card to add to my collection. I would like to pick that up. So I would prioritize that over another similar card that was produced in 2022. Because this one was produced during the era. This is 2007. He was still playing. This is a playing days on card autograph. He's still autographing stuff to this very day, but just because you could replicate this in 2023, 2024, it's probably not as interesting to me. I would not put the same effort to acquire it. However, exquisite from the time that he's playing still. It's a nice card. I'll take it. Thank you.
Brandon, quick question at the end there. Have you made an offer on it?
Have I sent out an offer yet? No.
Yeah.
I just messaged the seller. I will say I can tell everybody why the cold front has been hitting everybody. You guys would probably be shocked.
You spent money and hell froze over?
No.
Yeah.
So there was a card that ended at auction that I'm surprised nobody pointed out in the Discord. I seen it and I almost threw bids on it. And then I decided, I own one. I don't need a second one. But there was another retro green Jason Robertson PMG that just sold 2 nights ago on auction, I think. And you were showing that as a PSA 7. This was a PSA 6.
Sure.
And it went for a what I feel was a really good price. I probably should have threw a bid on it, but
Wes makes a valid point.
Wes, I was waiting for you guys to like throw it at me because I figured y'all had seen it. You're always finding, especially the green PMGs. You're always finding them. So I was shocked that nobody said anything. But it went for 411, I think, is what it went for. So
Really, you should have bought it. Yet you're not going to buy the other one for 500, which you offer 411. The guy would probably take it. I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
I'm gonna be making a play.
You make the play right now while we're online and come back and tell us what happened.
Green PMGs are my jam. I love them.
Sure, Bob.
You need to stop huffing jam so you can figure out what green PMGs are.
I got green PMGs.
This is what happens when he has his chocolate sticks.
Mm-hmm.
There is no freaking difference.
90% or more of those thick cards grade 7 or less. Yes. So that's an important piece as well. With the thicker card, the exquisite cards, a lot of the memorabilia cards,
they don't cut well.
PSA punishes them pretty badly. Now, for the uneducated, they'd be like, "Oh man, the cards are back in it." It's like PSA will rarely give them a good grade. So for you as the buyer, that's a feature. You can go looking for it. It's like, yeah, okay, if you want to sell it at a discount, I'll accept it at a discount. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Sure.
No worries there. Yeah, 8.5 or higher premium fixed cards. Yes. Thoughts on new tops design? Yes, I know you mentioned that, Ham. Sorry. Okay, so new tops design. I will show, and actually, I'll get you guys a take on this. So this is an aesthetic question. So you can let me know what you think about this one.
Your baseball questions and go to a different show.
Yes.
All right, we're not interested in you asking us about baseball cards.
Eric, you're barely interested in people asking about cards. You collect Boobior. You're not even paying attention.
Oh, yeah. All right, never mind.
Scratch that. Yeah. Move on.
That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the question here is about design. It's about nothing more than design itself. So I have a couple of thoughts. I've shared them a little bit, but we'll get your guys' take on this. So this is the 2024 baseball design.
Stupid.
This is what they decided to do this year. Little
Dumb.
neon where the team is. You got the black border, the gradient built into it. So Bobby's a no. What else you got?
No.
What do you guys think otherwise?
No.
Brandon, thoughts?
So to be honest, when I'm looking at it and first seeing it, it looks like that insert set that Upper Deck did, what was it, a year or two ago, that had like the glow or whatever, that neon one.
Okay,
that's what it reminds me of. It looks kind of like that design.
Sure. Okay. All right, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate being honest, but no, I don't have a problem with it. I actually think the color black should be used on cards more often. I think it makes the picture pop more. I think it frames the card better. So I like the fact that it's kind of black on top and it kind of, fades to white and everything. I like that. I don't know if I like the baseball diamond around the Cincinnati symbol.
Yeah.
Superman. So I don't like
Sure.
that.
Yep.
I like that it has the rookie card on it. I think I like the fact modern day cards will tell you whether or not it's a rookie card or not. I kind of like that. I like the way the Reds.
No, not the Dazzlers.
Yeah, I don't like Dazzlers, but the way it says Reds up top, I mean, it's not the typical, bold, historical, name of the club up top. It's kind of looks like it was done like almost like spray painted, like on the side of a building. So I think that's pretty unique. So yeah, I mean, I I'd get rid of the Superman logo. But yeah, other than that, I don't think it's too bad.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna throw in here. I don't particularly love it or particularly hate it, but what I think is that I like when they try something different. I'm okay with it not being beloved, like, but there is some folks that do enjoy it and do like it. So Philly Joe here, I love the 2024 design, A plus. So the point is, when we talk aesthetics, when we talk, visual preference, people are going to have different things. I think that I like that they tried something different because a lot of years it looks like almost like you took the same design, made one little tiny tweak, and threw it out there and didn't even try. In this case, you decided to play around. You decided to do a gradient. You did like a neon kind of thing with the letters on the reds and things like that. And I've seen a few of the versions, and there's a couple of them where you play around with the fact that you have the image actually going over the team nickname. Like there's a Mets player who's actually you're going over the team nickname, so you almost made like a 3D effect. I like the fact you tried. I like the fact you're trying something a little different. You're not just throwing out the same old design that we've already done 50 times in 100 different ways.
1987. There's no wood grain around their edge. Yeah.
Yep.
Looks
So
good.
I'm glad you're trying something a little different. Whether it works or not in the long run, that's fine. People can choose whatever they prefer. That's great. But I'm glad you tried something different. That's my number one thing. It's like, great, fantastic. I appreciate it. So Paul here says new design. The words of Enrique Iglesias. Baby, I like it. There you go. So like I said, there's at least, like I said, some people do like it. So I think I have absolutely no moral opposition to it whatsoever. None. And I appreciate they tried something a little different.
Outside of the baseball diamond, like Eric mentioned, I do wish that they had kind of like where the Reds, the team name was, since they made that look like neon light, that they would have made it something other than like a white color. They should have made that like neon red or something, like the team color neon right there. I think that would have looked a little bit better.
Yeah, that would have been too bad.
Yeah, no, I get it. But like I said, at least they tried something out. I appreciate that. And not every one of them is a winner for everybody. Now they do color code them depending on the team. So just something important that you want to be aware of as well. So I'll quickly show you one more example of the design, but on a different player, just so you can kind of see it for yourself. So I'll show you this one. So here for the Athletics is in yellow. So again, we do kind of a neon thing, and the spacing is in there. So that's how they kind of differentiate. Different teams have different schemes, which I'm fine with. A little color coding of the individual teams, that's fine. Great. At least it's something a little different. So I appreciate that. I'll read a couple of these comments here and get caught up. Albert here says, coming back to collecting playing year cards, I prefer that as well. Another example is Jordan sneakers. They prefer collecting wearing ones when he was playing, which is fair. That's true. Wait, Eric like said I must hate it. Sorry, Paul. It is what it is. Aaron here says, Brandon, I think you're talking about the Dazzlers, so I know you were correcting that, so hang tight there. Let me just finish reading these. Team that looks like a weird neon sign lettering. It is neon sign-ish. I agree with that. I like how there's no paneling on the card. Text is free. Fair enough. Michael Ham likes it. It would probably look fantastic in chrome or fact. I agree with that too. In the chrome variant, it'll probably look really interesting. I would think so. Plus some inserts like the 89 insert set. So they went from 87 to 88 to 89 now. Now we're 1989. Here's the thing. I remember 1989. I opened packs of 1989. it was like, ooh, Eric, we're getting too close. We're getting too close to home. I'm not liking this. Next year will be 1990. I'm like, shit. I was around collecting in 1990. No good. No bueno.
Yeah, it sucks.
Abort. Yeah,
right.
Jeff here's the second year in a row. Tops did something different. I like the design. Like I said, different right now is good. I like that they're trying stuff. I think the chrome cards and the design will look amazing. I'd agree. And the refractor variants and stuff, I think it'll look cool. For some reason, the set gives me Topps 2020 vibes. Fair? All right. So you were going to correct about the Dazzlers. What were you thinking?
Well, what I was talking, they don't look exactly the same, but it's kind of the neon take from the. It's actually 2021-22 Metal Universe Neon Icons.
Okay.
Was the set they put out, and supposedly they're supposed to glow in the dark or whatever, but it didn't work as well as they had hoped.
That's right.
And to give a little update to everybody, if you are a baseball person or Topps person, I have resolved 3 of the 4 pending redemption cards that I had out. If you have redemptions that you've been waiting for a long time, you can contact them and they will offer you $50 store credit for your redemptions. However, if you have Wander Franco redemptions that are still out, they are putting those on a hold. Now, even though I've been holding for almost 2 years, those are all Wander Franco is apparently now on a hold because of the investigation and everything else, and they are not sure what they are going to do to resolve that situation. So, if anybody was curious, I got 150 in credit for 3 of the 4, and I used that to renew my Montgomery Club membership. So,
I have an honest question. Has anyone here out of you three, or anyone in the chat, ever had a easy time, smooth time getting a redemption from a company?
Yes. Because I actually had 3 others that I redeemed at the same time that came back within 2 weeks. One of them was Carlos's favorite baseball player, Fish Boy.
Well, he's got nothing better to do. He sucks.
So you sent in a redemption, and within 2 weeks, you got
I had it in the mailbox with a Joe Adele, which was weird because they were on the same team. But yeah, Trout and Adele came back within 2 weeks of redeeming them.
I mean, obviously, you only hear about the bad stories in the hobby. That's just the way it is. For years now, for years and years, decades, since this has been a thing, it's just one negative story after another. I've been waiting years. They came back the wrong person. They came back damaged. I mean, they don't have. They lost it, and now they're giving me something else. Yeah, but Billy just does it to his own company.
I was gonna say, when Billy needs a redemption, he's like, Joe, give me the shit from the box. No, the other box.
He just walks down 2 doors. Hey, I want my redemption. And they go, here you go. And they go, man, that was smooth.
I will say, for all the headache, the lady, I'm not gonna give her name, but I have a contact that I've been talking with at Topps, and she's been emailing, and she'll answer if I call or whatever and ask for her. She explained to me what some of the issues have been.
Bobbles? Yes. I got something to tell you.
Mrs. Bobbles is the one that checks the email, Eric. Go ahead. Anyway.
Listen, she just feels bad for you because she's like, we can't fuck over Santa Claus. And he's looking great. He lost weight. That's sensational. Good
works.
for him.
No,
I love this for him.
She said that one of the reasons that there's been such an issue over the past couple of years is apparently they moved from Pennsylvania. The redemptions department moved from Pennsylvania to Texas. And during that time, they couldn't fulfill anything. They thought they were going to have the office set up sooner than they did. That didn't happen. And when she told me that I could request, if I had a team or player or something, and I told her, some of the players they likely didn't have. And she's like, yeah, we really don't have that many options anyway. So it doesn't sound like they have a lot of cards sitting there. But it's been, I guess.
But defending her.
No, I'm glad she explained, because I kept getting excuses, and she at least told me that they thought they were going to be moved and set up and have the stuff running. And it just took longer. She took responsibility for it. So.
You should have blamed Panini. That's what I do. What I was going to say here. So Joel says, I hope my Tribulation Goldberg autos get redeemed from Panini. Right now, that's in flux with the license. That's kind of the question that's open-ended. So kind of to Eric's question. So obviously we had a couple of folks here that had some good experiences. CC has had a redemption for Panini for 3 years. I got to be honest. My only redemption stories that I ever had were with Panini. Those are the only ones, because I was opening those football products in 2018. So I pulled a variety of different redemptions from different boxes that I did. And the fastest one that I can think of took like a year and a half. A couple of them took so long, I literally forgot what it was. There was one, I've shared the story before, an infamous one on Boxing Day, where I got a notification that I had received a package. It was Boxing Day. So they had used a private courier to deliver it, but they not only delivered it on a holiday when they probably should have. I was at home. No, sorry, it was Christmas. It was on Christmas. So they delivered it on Christmas, and they dropped it off, but they dropped it off in my neighbor's house. and they put it on the floor in front of the door. Now, as soon as I got the notification, I just said, "Hey," I was at the house with the family, and I was like, "Hey, do you mind if I swing back by the house real quick?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'll give you a quick lift over." Swung by, literally grabbed the envelope, took it in, opened it up, and there was my redemption. But it was like, it had been like 2 years. I had literally forgotten about it. And
Merry
it wasn't like it
Christmas.
was a big deal. Yeah, it wasn't like it was a good redemption. It was like Kiki QT, the wide receiver for the Houston Texans. And I was like, really? You needed to deliver this on a holiday so that I had to go get it and grab it from the floor of my neighbor's house in front of their door when it's snowing so that it wouldn't get damaged so that I could get Kiki QT. Well, thank goodness.
Well,
every
Carlos
single
Senior
story
needed
is
a coffee
unique.
and a donut, so
Listen, it wasn't a complete loss, Bobby. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't what we were shooting for. This is not what we needed to expend our effort onto.
Every
getting
single
back to,
story should be like baubles. All right, 2-week turnaround. They should have it, on hand before they send the damn redemptions out. They should have it on hand. And you don't think they should, or you telling me they don't?
Oh, they don't.
There was I
understand that they
shared.
don't. I'm saying they should. You shouldn't advertise something for a giveaway unless you have it in hand to give away. So
Well,
that's
there's
Eric, a redemption exists because they didn't have the card. If they had the card, they would have put it in the pack. That was the whole
Well, I
point of
shared a
redemption.
thread or a reel or whatever video from Instagram. One of the UFC fighters posted a video and he explained why he hadn't signed his redemption cards. The redemptions were in there and him and Panini didn't even have a deal in place.
Yeah.
And he finally agreed to terms with Panini. They sent him the cards and he was showing, okay, I apologize it took so long, guys. I'm finally signing your cards. But those redemption cards were in there and he never even had a deal with Panini. So they don't really care.
See, that's just more nonsense, and that's the stuff that has to stop. It should be just like you had you send it in within 2 weeks back at your door. And to hear these, people say that they're waiting years, or there's been
these people,
these people, those people, these people, they
them,
know who I'm talking about. They know
them, yeah.
them.
I was with these people once upon a time,
And
many times.
all I hear is negative stuff about how long it takes and the issues and the hurdles that they have to jump through. I mean, we all know about the one that from a year or two ago with the guy that was holding up the sign.
Well, so when Brandon was talking,
National.
about how he's been waiting 2 years for it, I'm like, talk to me another 8-9 years, you peasant.
Yeah,
nothing. 2 years.
Getting back
That's
to
like
Eric,
standard.
I'll answer your question, Eric. So, and with Carlos, he's opening packs in 89. I'm only opening packs in 69. So there's no redemptions in my life.
Oh,
ever.
I've never.
Well, Bobby, if you had been opening packs in the 70s, you would have been opening packs, pulling Bobby Orrs, waiting for it to be on a good team. And it didn't happen until like the mid to late 70s.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Did they not have rapper redemptions and stuff back then?
Yeah, you could mail away for a camera, or you could. Yeah, those aren't redemptions. Those are, you pay for those things.
But Bobby, it would be amazing though if there had been somebody who ordered like a camera in 1972, and all of a sudden somebody at the post office finds like an old box,
Wouldn't
and they're
that be
still
awesome?
alive, and they received it, and be like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Wait, I ordered this in 1972. Sorry, it got lost behind some boxes." For
It sounds like the
50
Houston
years?
post office right now.
Really dark part of the office.
I've never.
Nobody goes in that corner.
I wasn't one to mail away for stuff. As much as I wanted those sea monkeys on the back of comics, I wouldn't cut out the comic and send away. So I didn't send away. If you got free stuff in cereal, it was great. But sending away, no, we didn't do that. Some kids did. We just never did in our family. It just wasn't a thing. No delayed gratification in our life. So we just wanted whatever was in the package. So there was something in the package, we wanted to buy that cereal. And that's when they had nice stuff in cereal back in that time period.
So question, Bobby.
Yeah.
Did your mom make you eat the cereal down to get the prize, or did you dig
No,
through the
you
cereal
open
box
it.
to get the
Nope.
prize?
Open it, you get the prize, and you have the cereal too because it was Captain Crunch, Alphabets, honeycomb. So you ate that shit because it's all full of sugar. So it was great, right?
Remember,
Captain
the
Crunch
prize
is still a
was never
top
any
draft
good.
pick
It
for
all
me on
sucked.
cereals.
Correct.
Not at this
Captain
stage in
Crunch.
not at this stage in my life, but I would definitely eat I'd eat a bowl of Captain Crunch right now. No doubt.
Yeah.
No way.
Not with the berries and stuff in it, though. That's not the.
What is your problem with fucking Captain Crunch? Eric, you will not disrespect Captain Crunch. This is a pro Captain Crunch live
Hey,
stream.
Hey,
It destroys
if he
the
was
roof of
any
your
good,
mouth. That
if
stuff.
he was
today.
any good, by now, after all these years, he'd be a fucking admiral. Okay?
He's a person who
True.
lives his life, Eric. He's been probably demoted and promoted back to captain many
Right.
times.
Yeah,
The
no,
adventures of
yeah.
Captain Crunch are the thing of a Saturday morning cartoon that would immediately be taken off the air.
He
Oh,
keeps
he's-
fighting Toucan Sam.
No,
Yeah.
Who's that?
he should be an admiral by now. Screw him. I want nothing to do with him. He's a loser.
That means he's had an interesting life, Eric. The fact that he cannot get promoted back as captain is like, wait, what did you do, Captain Crunch? He goes, so look, I went out and I was high on chocolate sticks and it was
And-
wild. And we promised we'd never speak of it again.
Yeah.
That's it. And after that, he goes, you're never getting promoted. Worth it.
It's funny. I was looking at. I was doing some research on some stuff, and Sugar Smacks with the frog, right? Remember Sugar Smacks?
Well, they're
With
honey
the
smacks
frog.
now, aren't they?
Yeah. Now they're Honey Smacks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I went Honey Smacks. I thought they were Sugar Smacks. And I was thinking, I go, oh, they took the word sugar out of there, and they just put honey out because it's honey, it's not sugar.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, don't they still have Sugar Crisp?
No, not that I haven't seen it
They
in
got rid of Sugar
forever.
Crisp? That was
Sugar
shocking.
Crisp was like Honey Crisp. It was very similar. They were kind of like weird. Can't get enough of my Sugar Crisp. No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure it still exists.
I only like 3 cereals.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course you did.
That's
Yeah.
it.
The
I
most
like
boring man in the world only likes 3
Life,
cereals. There's
corn
Sugar.
flakes, and
I
raisin
start-
bran.
I start every day. with-
Let's guess, Eric.
All right, go ahead.
Take a couple guesses, Brandon, first.
There's 3.
Corn flakes.
No.
No.
The
Oh, it's
I
still
can't
out there.
remember.
He
Yeah,
looks
so
different.
Bobby,
Crunch-
like I was saying, I'm
I
pretty sure
wonder
Sugar
if the
Crisp is still
crunchy
out there.
one.
Yeah.
And they
What's
call
the
it
one
sugar,
that's,
too.
Yeah.
it-
I don't think
it's
that's
like
changed.
crunch.
Oh, we already talked about Captain Crunch. Like
Yeah,
he's
it's not
already
Captain
rejected
Crunch,
Captain
it's-
Crunch.
No Captain Crunches. No.
No, it's one of those healthy ones.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Raisin Bran. Raisin Bran is
No.
a good call.
No.
Yeah.
No. Honey bunches of oat, and I would say
He wishes
the
he
other
was
one would
interesting
be-
enough for Fruit Loops.
Oh, you guys don't have shreddies down there. Otherwise, I would say you said shreddies.
Mayo Drippers. That's a
Wheat,
good one.
shredded wheat.
Paul.
and
Is it at
Don't be
least
hating
Lucky
and
Charms,
contribute.
Eric?
Honey
Don't
Nut
be hating and
Cheerios.
contribute, Wes. We need contributions right now. Focus, man.
Okay.
Focus.
What are they?
All right,
What are-
Bobby's got one.
Honey Nut Cheerios
Honey Nut Cheerios.
and
Regular Cheerios.
No.
No.
Okay.
That's
I have
soggy.
the
I was kind of hoping you'd be so uncreative that it'd be
No.
like 3 versions of Cheerios.
Honey Nut Cheerios. That's one.
Okay. And the other, you got 3. So we got 2 more guesses. And wasn't Honey
Yeah.
Bunches of Oats? No.
Oh,
I like so Brandon, I like how Wes is like saying, y'all need bran flakes. Wes is older than me and you.
Is it?
I know.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Somebody needs his fiber, Wes.
it's not too far off what my favorite is and what I start every day with. So that's not too far off.
Oh, what you start your day with?
Not
Bugs?
overly sugary, but it's
Bugs in a bowl.
bugs in a bowl. That'd be good.
Yeah, that's. I figure that's
No.
what Eric's is.
Michelle won't let me buy that anymore.
Mm,
That's
Damn.
true for baubles, but it's not gonna fly with me, buddy. Sorry. No. Got all the hair.
Hey,
Muesli.
I can adjust the way I look if I just shave all. this
If you
off.
shaved,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
I think you might need to readjust your settled, man. You might need to like take the mayonnaise off the screen. Wipe it off.
Get one of those.
I know it's
hats
Eric,
that
but wipe it off.
Have black hair.
Fix that
and-
reception. Smack the side of the monitor a couple of times. That'll fix the reception for you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll get it fixed.
I don't know. You guys have
Flags.
different cereals down in the States, so I can't really guess too many. at
So-
that
There's certain ones that I think are standard. There's certain ones that I
Yes.
think are pretty
All right,
standard.
you want me to tell you the next two now?
Sure, Smacks. Yeah,
Are we
go ahead.
ready to move
Go ahead.
on?
Yes,
All right.
please.
Raisin Bran Crunch.
Okay.
Oh, come
I
on.
said
No,
crunch.
Raisin Bran was close enough. Somebody
I said
pick- hold on.
crunch and
Somebody pick Raisin
healthy.
Bran.
There you go. Raisin.
Yeah.
There.
And
Yeah,
then
here. US Sports Card said Raisin Bran. That was close enough. Don't,
All right.
don't bullshit with that.
Raisin
Oh,
Bran
Raisin Bran
Crunch.
Crunch.
Raisin
Trash.
Bran Crunch every morning starts the day. And
Raisin Bran
the third
Crunch.
one, Golden Grams.
Oh, that's what other one I was thinking of. That's what I couldn't get. Golden
I
Grams.
forgot
We
about
have them
those.
here, I think. I'm not a big cereal guy. I used to be, but not anymore.
That's all I like. I don't like
Wait,
any
you know who's our big cereal expert? YouTube Hall of Famer.
Bob
Bob.
Lewis.
Oh, Bob Lewis.
Yeah.
Some
He
people
was
are
also in the
cereal
Cereal
people.
Hall of Fame, I believe.
Oh, what was that cereal I was eating before? It was dry. Remember? What was that one, Carlos?
Not off the top of my head. I don't remember. No, I don't.
No, I was saying I was eating them dry, and they were just kind of like a snack. It was almost that good.
A lot of the cereals, honestly, I eat it that way myself. I rarely have cereal for breakfast. A lot of times it's a snack for me.
Yeah, it's more of a snack. Well, it's so much sugar in it, right? So I'm trying to
Yeah.
avoid as much sugar as I can.
That was the only reason, Bobby, that I went. Look, when I was a kid, Sugar Crisp and Captain Crunch and all that was all part of the rotation. Nowadays, it's like, no, I got a lot of the more boring ones. But if I'm gonna grab one, I would grab one as a snack. I would totally do that. That'd be fine. But no checks. Checks is a good one.
We don't have much checks up here.
My mother made me eat healthy cereal growing up. I couldn't
Like
have
what?
all the fun stuff.
Corn
No
flakes?
No
How
lucky
about
Charms.
frosted flakes? Frosted flakes
No,
are rock.
couldn't have those. No,
What?
I grew up mostly on plain Cheerios, and I'd cut bananas up in them and eat that. Yeah, that was mostly. But then when they invented Honey Nut Cheerios, she started picking those up, and I'm like, oh, I like these.
Yeah, they're all right.
So yeah, mom
I used
did
to like Frankenberry and Boo Berry and
Yep. Count
Choc-
Chocolate.
Count Chocolate. Yeah.
Yeah, mom didn't believe in fun cereal. She thought it was bad.
Speaking of those,
Cocoa Puffs were awesome. That
Yeah,
made your milk chocolate
Yeah.
milk. It was awesome.
Yeah. If I was like on a Boy Scout trip or I slept over at someone's house or something, I could get some fun cereal that way. But no fun
did
cereal.
you? So when you were a kid, Bobby, on the Monster cereal or whatever,
Mhm.
did you ever get the Star Wars stickers out of the cereals?
Yeah, they were up here in Canada too. Those stickers.
These
yeah,
are the Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, they're the Canadian ones. Yeah. Yeah, I actually sold a few of those. No, I didn't get into Star Wars at that time. I think that was about 1980. So you have to understand, I'm in high school at that time, so I'm really not having Star Wars cereal at that point.
Because I've been trying to do this set too, and so these are
About-
interesting because I think it was four of the stickers would be assigned to one particular cereal.
Box cereal.
Four would
yes.
be to another. And the ones that are the toughest are the Monster cereal because they were a seasonal release, and they
The
weren't
Monster
as
cereal was
popular then.
seasonal.
Yeah, just around the Halloween times.
Really?
So
Yeah, they
those
would
are
have. Yeah, they would
really-
have them themed. They'd have them themed. Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
think so. I
and
always
so
thought
those are
Frankenberry
really
was
tough to
always there.
find. The ones that they put in those boxes. So
I like this comment. I like this comment.
Fruity
Remember
Pebbles.
when y'all used to talk about hockey cards? I do not recall that. I have no recollection
When
of
was that?
When did
Talk
that
about
happen?
cards. Bob
I don't
had
recall
a
that.
big thing about cards. Wasn't
That
hockey.
sounds absolutely ridiculous. Like I have no
We
recollection.
did
of
mention
that.
how Gil and Bobby Orr a couple times.
Well, how goes goat? Bobby Orr is like a peasant, so he's fine.
Remember, food. We all have that nasty habit of eating 3 times a day. So hey, we don't buy 3 cards a day sometimes, but not always.
So okay.
That's
So
all.
let me actually angle this into like an actual topic. This is actually something that I had observed, but also been amused with. So the reason why, like I said, the whole YouTube Hall of Fame thing amuses me is because it's at this time of the calendar when things kind of quiet down for a little bit. This creates a fun little thing where somebody will get hurt about something. It always happens automatically without fail, 100% of the time. It happens every time, and it's entertaining in its own way, because it's kind of a dead zone in the calendar a little bit. Now this year, the last little bit, it's been in particular. Look, we started off the top of the show talking about there were people legitimately upset about the Brady baseball card being photoshopped, and I'm sitting there like, that's it. This is this is the
And
great
nothing else to
controversy I'm
complain
supposed to
about.
give a shit about. That's it.
Oh,
That's all we got.
That and Jeff
So-
Wilson's place.
Yeah, but that isn't even open yet. Like when we get there, we get there. But
Well,
right
we
now
saw the
we're in
empty
a holding
building.
pattern. Yeah, but right now we're in a holding pattern. Like
Yes.
honestly, content-wise, we're in a holding pattern. Yeah, products are coming out and stuff, but like nothing crazy, nothing extravagant. It's just kind of there, and that kind of plays into the whole idea of part of the fun that I have with the live stream and these albums. Is like, yeah, like look, we could talk about cards, but it's like, oh, so what do you want to talk about? Let me tell you about that, 89, 90 O-Pee-Chee set for the 100th time.
Yes.
These are the pairs on the checklist. This is the design. This is what it looks like. It's like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
If you're collecting, go look at the fucking checklist. You don't need me for that. Like, I don't need to tech. Go to the Google machine, type it in, and you'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. But like, there's a lot of stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, what? Most of us have this as a hobby, but we don't spend every waking moment of every day talking
It's
and
not
dealing with
called
that.
a hockey show.
Yeah,
because
there's
I'm
other stuff to
Carlos.
talk. There's other stuff to talk about, but there's also other stuff to talk about. There's other stuff that might be a little bit more interesting at the moment.
Like my
Like-
cereal likes and dislikes.
Like your particular proclivities when it comes to food is very much so.
Ice cream cakes.
Very much an issue.
We're not
And,
getting
and
back
Bobby
into
and Bobby
that.
defining ice cream cake for us. That was huge.
Calm down. We're not getting back into that. Stay calm. Stay calm.
It's not calm.
What? Hey, the
It's
sun's
not
going
cake.
down.
You had ice cream.
Hey, buddy, the
You
sun's
got your
the sun's
mom's
going
ice
down.
cream. Here's a scoop
Oh,
of ice
boy.
cream, $3 a liter. Here you go. But we paid $24 because someone shaped it into a cake.
Right, so here's something that I've been bitching about, and when asked early at the January 1st, what do I predict for the hobby? I was saying, people are going to leave because of all these scandals within the companies themselves. So I got two scandals yet again. So now I understand that this
Collectors are going to leave
Lamine
because of that.
because of the scandals. Yes, that's what I predicted. So I understand this.
I got to
that-
go then.
Yes. That this is pronounced Lamine James. I understand that. His Instagram account, that's how you pronounce it. I like calling it Lemmy out of the lead singer of Motorhead. So I always call him Lemmy James. So I go to the Lemmy James.
You were talking about proclivities. There we go.
And
So even though there's another M and an E.
Yeah, it's like lemon.
Lemmy.
I was gonna say you got confused with the Reggie Lemon.
So I like calling him Lemmy. So here he goes. One of his posts from a couple of days ago shows 3 1-of-1s.
I saw you like that. Put the
Okay.
big heart on it.
All of them are supposed to be 1-of-1s of Javonte Williams, 2021 Panini True RPA Gold Vinyl 1-of-1 logo patch auto rookie
Blah
card.
blah 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 blah.
There's 3 of them.
Once upon a time, Brandon, when cars were cool, once upon a time you could have like dozens of a 1-of-1.
Yeah.
Those were
Yeah,
good times.
I mean,
It's pretty sweet.
those are likely one is his right glove piece,
Yeah.
101. One is his left
Yeah.
glove piece. One is a shoe piece for the right
Yes.
foot. One is a shoe piece for the left foot.
Yeah.
You
Nice.
have the jersey, you have the pants, you have the helmet
So easy.
with the decal, you got the chin strap, you have the jock strap,
It's 1 of
you
20.
have the
now. Yeah, you got
undershirt,
it. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
the
Shoelace.
sock. I mean, there's lots of things that you can make 1-of-1 out of. I mean, just saying, Eric.
Yeah.
So this is the stuff that is killing the hobby, that is making it just more and more ridiculous every day.
Oh, it is. It is, no doubt. Hold on. I'm gonna while you're explaining that, I'm just gonna scan eBay and buy shit. Continue.
Yeah. Might as well. Get that
Yeah.
card. That's a 1 of 1. Brad.
Yeah.
Ooh, I saw Michael Taylor. I thought I'd make a play on it. It'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've sent an offer. Leave me alone. I'm waiting for a
He's not
response.
coming back at 150. Come on. He's denied it. Bang. See ya.
I sent more than 150. Nope.
There you
Why
go.
would you
There
send
you
more than
go.
150? You got to go low and then work your way up on this. You got 4 offers. So you
Because
go
as the chat
150.
and I said, I'm willing to overpay on the card. I want the card.
oh,
Don't
God.
say that to them.
Don't say that to them.
Damn.
There you go.
I'm
All right,
willing
so
to
let me
overpay
scroll
on
through
your
here.
price. It's like
So yet again,
No, I didn't say that to them.
you're going to get
you guys
blocked.
don't seem to care about this.
It's listen. I'm devastated. Like I am almost as serious about this as I am about the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. Moving on. Sean Red says, let's talk about 89 10 back. It's pretty sweet. Not as good as 88 10 back or 90 10 back. And the whole 10 back thing really came about as a result of someone getting a chocolate stick high. True story. I might have made it up, but it's a true story. It's on the internet, so it's true.
Do you want me to get my Reggie Lemon 10 back that I have?
You should,
Yeah.
and you should show him the 90 and the 88 to beside each other to show him that what I'm saying is accurate.
I don't have
So
them.
here, the top 5 vintage underrated baseball cars, whose batting average is over 260. Now that's a topic worth broaching. U.S. Sports Car says my new Ryko FI 8170 feed scanner was delivered today. Been fun learning a new machine. Have a good time.
Somebody
Does
actually
anyone-
bought a new scanner.
A new
Everybody
scanner,
uses
man.
their phone. Nobody uses scanners anymore.
I actually have seen some of the scanners though,
do.
Bobby. That if you get the stack of them, it's actually pretty good. Some of them are pretty good. Not all of
Mine-
them, but some of them. Are
Mine
pretty
is really good. You can go this deep and it's still clear. Like a 2.
I saw a couple that you can actually scan with the top loader still on it, which is actually pretty good. You can literally pile up the cards and just go zoom, 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 and it actually
really?
works. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
I've seen a few. There's a few that can take that as a feed, and because it's in the top loader, it's actually protected a little bit, which is good.
Yeah, yeah.
That's important. And then you can scan them quickly front and back, which is great.
Nice.
That's a handy time saver.
Mhm.
Doesn't anybody want participation trophies though? Psh, we send them all to Eric.
Yep.
Make it 1-on-1s, manufacturer rarity. True. Send
Okay.
stream link to seller as you should. Sends offer for 203. Yes.
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 Hey, I said 201. He's going above me. I don't like that.
It's awful.
201,
truly is
59 actually. So
So nobody seems to care about the 3 1-of-1s. That everyone, no one's. I don't know. That bothers the.
I've literally left it to the chat and no one said anything about it. What do you want from me?
Fine.
Well,
You
that's
stated the
not
words.
first
How
time.
about,
Eric,
how about Fanatics?
Eric.
What?
It's not the first time.
That's
That-
the
that
point.
looks-
This has to stop.
Eric, is that a flawless card? Or is it National Treasures?
I don't know.
It's nationally flawless.
Yeah.
Ooh, spicy.
Let me see what's on Lemmy James. I gotta go back.
Lemmy?
Lemmy.
What's gonna happen? The real controversy is he's gonna be like, "You fucking call me Lemmy one more time, Bougie Eric." Urgh!
You're dead after school.
Let me
Mm.
That's all I'm saying.
pull the account up.
You're gonna get it. Let me tell you.
This says Panini. Gold. foil.
Thank you.
What the hell is
Fantastic. I don't know. We got some beeping going. All right. So Ty here says, Carlos! Exclamation points. If baseball collector is still a Huffing commissioner, if you won the Hall of Fame to get the patch, you, Carlos, would actually have to go to the national obtained patch. Pass. Bobby, the feed scanner, I can list 1,000 cars from box eBay in about 2 hours. I like the efficiency. Well done by you. Filmington, I'm really just happy to have a YouTube Hall of Fame patch, as you should, Filmington, wherever you are, if
Hey,
Filmington
Phil.
was still alive. Also, fix your camera. We're getting used to them messing up a lot. True. Please wear hidden camera to YouTube Hall of Fame initiation ritual, as I should. Lamimi would have to fly here from the Philippines to take out Eric. Worth it.
Lemmy.
Eric's powers of observation matched only by his knowledge of the all-time great Chicago Blackhawks demon. Boobier!
Shut up, Paul. All right. How about this scandal?
Scandal.
Yeah. How about Fanatics pulling their own card of the Tom Brady that we were bitching about earlier live on their platform?
Live on Fanatics Live.
Yeah. Does anyone have a problem with that?
I've got many
that
problems with that.
the big chase card that everybody wants was pulled by Fanatics on Fanatics Live.
Are you talking about the inscribed out of 12? Because that one hasn't been pulled yet, as far as I'm aware. The one of one has been pulled. The one of one Superfractor has been pulled. There is an inscribed out of 12. So, like, there's the one where Brady actually did the inscription. If baseball thing doesn't work out, blah blah blah. That one I don't think has been pulled yet.
The one of one Superfractor.
Yeah. The one of one Superfractor has been pulled. Yes.
Yes.
And
remember
you
that one.
expect
Yeah.
anything less from Fanatics? My God.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You fool.
Michael Rubin said, "Let there be Superfractor," and it was so.
And yep, he got it.
Yeah, but there is still, by the way, the bounty, the big bounty that's out there is on one of the ones, I forget which parallel, I apologize, but one of them is numbered to 12. And that specific one, Brady did the inscription. If this baseball thing doesn't work out, blah, blah, blah. That one hasn't been pulled yet. But there's a bounty on that one. That one hasn't been pulled yet. That one's still
What's
out
the
there
bounty
somewhere.
worth?
But they
Where?
pulled it themselves. It's their product, their card. They pulled it on their platform.
Isn't
On
that
their
weird?
platform, yeah. But you know that their platform is you can be a breaker on their platform. You could literally be a breaker on their platform.
Oh, I don't want to.
You could pull all the green PMGs.
I don't want to do that.
Oh my God.
It's just
Carlos is a wrestler breaker.
You know,
Oh yeah. Oh, I break the wrestling cards.
I understand what rule number 1 and rule number 2 is.
You know what would be really scary, Eric? If I was
Obviously
opening wrestling cards on Fanatics Live,
How
if I was opening my AEW cards and I pulled Tom Brady, number 12. Is that out of AEW alert? Yes.
I just don't understand how people are continuing to buy in to this hobby with the clear fraud that's going on a daily basis.
It's not a
The
bad
rest
time
of
to
the
tell you
world
that
is
it's
a
time
fraud,
to get
so it doesn't
all
matter.
the cases.
It's
All
just
the
crazy.
cases.
It just drives
All right.
it drives me nuts. It bothers me.
So
They
I'm
can
an
do it right in
honest
front of your
person.
face. What are you going to do?
You know, I truly believe I am an honest person. I have good morals and values. I don't rob, steal, or screw people over.
Well,
And to see this happen day after day after day, it really bothers me.
you screwed your mother over with that ice cream cake. So
I told you I didn't buy it. Her friend did.
because you're a cheap ass. That's why.
That
No, that's
now
Bob's
that
choice.
is a different Bobby. That is a different argument. One I will not argue with you because you're right.
Okay,
I am-
well,
Okay.
I went to the Google machine, like
The
Carlos
Google
said.
machine.
Yeah,
Go
do
on.
the Google machine, figure it out for
Yes.
yourself.
Mhm.
And since you didn't want to go to the Google machine, Eric, I went to the Google machine for you, and I figured out your Javonte Williams scandalous BS craziness in this hobby. Rising rookie material signature checklist from your favorite company of all, Beckett.com. There is Rising Rookie Material Signature NFL Shield. That is a 101, and you will notice that is one of the cards present. There is Rising Rookie Material Signature Nike 101. You can go in there and look. There's a Nike one. And there is a Rising Rookie Material Signature Team Logo 101, which is also present. That's the one that has part of the Broncos. There's your answer. There's 3 different 101s. It's on the checklist. No scandalous, crazy shadiness going on. All is good. Google.
Drop the mic, Brandon.
There you go.
He went to the Google machine, the Oracle of Knowledge.
And Beckett.com. Don't forget Beckett.com.
Ooh, and Beckett.com, Eric's
The
favorite.
all
Oh, that'd be
savior
even
of
better.
the sports
Wow.
card hobby.
His homepage when he logs into his browser.
Yep.
Mike Petty says, I won't buy so much as another Fanatics hat. Yeah, me neither.
Uh-oh.
I honestly don't think I own a Fanatics product.
A lot, pretty Eric. If you order any branded merch from any of the teams at this point, it's all coming pretty much from Fanatics.
Nope.
I haven't.
I'm
I have
sorry.
to go look.
We
I
don't
only
have
wear-
Fanatics
I
here.
only wear a Needham hats to suck up to Bobby, so
They're
I give me
poor.
access to the goddamn app that he won't let me at.
Suck up. You got a free freaking hat.
Yeah, and a mug. You know what? So every time I have a question about something regarding, vintage hockey cards,
You
I
need
say,
them.
When was that 1972 Bobby Orr card distributed? You know, and it doesn't tell me anything.
You got a $25 hat and a $15 mug.
Yeah.
That's all you get. That's all
Are
you
they
get.
$50 mug? That's a pretty good deal. It's not bad.
Oh yeah, they weren't bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I felt like the mug should have cost
Gary
more.
V's
but-
flipping them for
It's a
30.
1964 top set.
And it's double-sided too.
Mm.
This is what I do all day. I have a question. I talk to the mug, and it doesn't tell me anything. This app.
Well, it'd be.
It's the magic 8-ball you're missing.
Yeah, I was gonna say it beats your old method of just yelling into the void, and screaming,
There's no M&Ms in it.
waiting for Fanatics to buy the Boston Bruins. That'd be amazing. I would love Eric to patronize. Come on, Fanatics overlords, do it.
Well, Fanatics is toast anyway, so.
Here you go. It's the gold refractor Tom Brady 12 of 15. 50. That's the one. Yeah. I knew it was based on the jersey number. I knew there was one specific. It wasn't the one of one superfractor. It was a specific one numbered to 12. So this is the one that has a bounty that's out there, a big bounty.
How much
so
is
if you
it?
pull that one, it's a big card. I will tell you. Tom Brady bounty. I'll find it.
100K?
It was pretty generous. Let me see if I can find it here. I will see if I can find it. 500K.
Just silly.
Yeah. So here's the one. Actually, I found it. So here's the image. Here's the card in question. So if you're going to pull, if you're going to do the fix, this is the one you want right here, the gold one.
Right.
And it has the inscription. If baseball doesn't work out, there's always football. That's the one.
Or you can get a
500K.
game used Vesna jersey.
I can tell you if hockey doesn't work out, there's
Boys.
still chocolate sticks.
We're getting there. I just sold a Stanley mug. A
Woo!
thermos.
Alan
We're
Stanley?
almost to the superfractor money.
Woo!
Oh, good.
And in all seriousness, I did sell a Stanley thermos, but it's not the one that everybody's going crazy for. It's the old school, green.
With the cup on top.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
so
I
I
found
saw
it.
this. So hold on. So I'm being serious about this. I heard about this, but I had spent 0 minutes and 0 seconds looking into it. I saw Stanley Cup and people were freaking out about this thing, and I saw this pink whatever. Okay, can anyone give me the quick Cole's Nose rundown? The only Stanley Cup I know is the one for Eric's alleged sport. Alleged sport. There's a real.
It's a tumbler, like
Okay.
a Yeti type cup. The craze has been the ones at Starbucks, at Target.
Okay.
People are lining up like their sports cards at 3 a.m. They're
Okay.
limiting how many per person, and they're reselling for a couple $100. I have an
Oh,
18-year-old
really?
daughter that has a purple one that she bought from somewhere else, but it works just the same. But yeah, that's the synopsis.
So
It's a
bunch of
tumbler?
rich-
That's it?
It's a tumbler. That's it.
so a
Is
bunch
there
of-
something
a cup.
special about it? Like, is it engraved or
no,
a
a
limited
bunch of
edition color? or
Limited
something?
color.
white.
Limited color.
See,
wealthy-
Starbucks actually had the city
See, and
mug.
Eric is asking questions about oh, why do the people do this stupid shit? It's literally a tumbler.
And
It's
it,
a thing to put
TikTok
liquid
shit.
in.
but this
If
is
it
some
gets popular
rich,
on
white,
TikTok, it goes crazy.
affluent gym rat women that are walking around with it and all.
You're just saying that because you can't get one yet, Eric.
But I have this.
And you
Yes.
will go after that when the time is right.
Yeah,
Do not lie to the
I have
people.
this.
You will get the
I will
Stanley Cup
say-
yet.
1969-70 O-Pee-Chee set.
I will say that I did see
Holy
like
crap.
some video that somebody, I guess, was making fun of it. There, Ken's Cardboard pointed it out. You can
Here we
put
go,
a
hold on.
damn Ben and
Hold on.
Jerry's ice cream pint in the top of it and hold it with the handle so you don't get ice cream everywhere. That is pretty damn ingenious.
So that's where you can put Eric's ice cream cake that isn't really an ice cream cake per Bobby.
That's what I was going to get into, yeah.
It all comes together.
But Starbucks stuff has been collectible for a long time. There was the
It
city,
has been, yeah, with the brand,
certain
yeah.
cities that they did on the mugs, and if you collected the right mugs, I used to go into Goodwill, Salvation Army, what have you, and pick up those mugs for like
They
$5.
so good, yeah.
And some of them, so it depends on the city. And I was getting 40, 50, 60 US, which is, I'm picking at 5 Canadian, so 50 US is like $75 almost. So it's not that.
Yep.
So
My,
it was good, but that's gone now. But Starbucks is obviously back with this short printed Stanley Cup mug shape offer thing. I haven't seen that because we don't
There's
have that in Canada. I don't think, do we? I have
there's
no idea.
other Stanley mugs that are pricey, but that's been the current one that the craze has been going on. I only really know about them because, like I said, I have an 18-year-old daughter that is all into that, but she won't spend that much money on something like that. She has a
Well,
purple one that
$200
she
is
bought a
silly,
while
really.
ago. So
$200. 2 of those mugs get you your card.
I know, right? See, I should have just went and hung out at freaking Target at 3 a.m. I guess.
Was it Starbucks or
Sacrifices.
Target?
They're at the Target Starbucks.
Oh, got you. Okay.
That's what I've been seeing everybody
I didn't
getting
know they
them.
had a Starbucks and Targets in the States. We don't have them
Yep.
here. So
Yeah.
Target was out of business here.
If we had lived to see the full growth of Target in Canada, we would have had the Starbucks Target.
Yeah, we would.
And you know what? I bet, and this is a crazy thought, but I want you all to understand this. With the Canadian system and our healthcare and everything else, Target, Starbucks in Canada would probably have had flying cars.
Oh, yes.
SGC couldn't get it done,
No.
but Target, Starbucks in Canada, fucking flying cars.
Yes.
And
Jetson.
5-minute SGC grading. Boom. Here's a card. Boom. Here's a slab. Goodbye. And here's your coffee. Wow. The
Life
future
is
is
so
here.
simple sometimes.
The future is here. Dang.
Hmm.
Said Diego Sport is the first man to rock the Stanley. Right. And then Eric will be there right behind him. Everyone wants their own Stanley Cup. Possibly true. I don't know about you guys, but I just want a one-of-one PSA of anything. Live the dream. It hurts me to buy graded one-of-ones. There you go. The only Stanley Cup I want is for the Colorado Avalanche. Live the dream. Can you ship those using Canada Post? You can, but it'll be bounced back.
Yeah, of course.
They'll be like, you need the Uber Post. They're like,
Yeah.
you're just making shit up now. You're just literally making shit up just
Pretty
to drive
much,
me nuts. Yep. Serious topic. Ooh. But I really like Jeff's idea of an in-store grading for bigger companies and the bigger LCSs. Brandon. So when do we get the SGC kiosk at Geoff's Cards HQ?
That's
you
what I'm
don't have
looking
to
forward
move.
to.
So me and Paul had a discussion. I'm gonna give you all my opinion on Jeff's idea. It's
gotta go
stupid.
on.
Okay? It's stupid.
Okay.
And my reason
What?
why, we already have enough, let's just call it like it is. We have enough bitching, complaining, and everything else about grading, right?
What?
You say that there's no consistency. You got too many new people grading. You got too many different people grading. You got all this other stuff, right? You're going to put grading into card shops across the world or even just across the country. Now you're expanding the people that are grading the cards and having to stick to standards across God knows how many locations. And then we all know our lovely YouTube watchdogs will start pointing fingers. Well, Jeff's getting more 10s than Card Collector 2. Card Collector 2's got loaded grading. His grader sucks. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. This was favorable. You're going to see it all. It's the dumbest idea. That's my point. Like, if we want to fix the issues in the hobby, you have to tighten and fix and work on them first, not expand to where they can get worse. Like, I get the thought of it, but when you really break it down, it's stupid. Simple as that.
Does he have a contract with one of the big four or not?
I don't know.
Now that we're aware of. He previously had a deal with Got Baseball Cards where they did submissions through them,
Yes,
through a lot of the graders.
Yeah, I remember
That is what I recall. I don't know what the current arrangement would be with his own store. I assume they would get their own account as a bulk submitter, but beyond that, I have no idea. No idea. What if Jess just walks over to the grader in the space he's leasing them? There you go. Mark's Cards is in. Live the dream. You got to put an X. Mark's with an X. It's all about the vibes, my dude. It's all about the vibes, Tom. It's moronic. 14 acre. By the way, I want to read Mike Petty's comment and then I'll touch on something here. It's moronic. 14 acre cards are 20K per month. Listen, if you can get a 14 acre card store at 20K per month. Hashtag bargain bros. Let's go. Eric, we got to get in on this. 14 acres. We get 14 acres of any piece of land at 20K per month. That's pretty.
I got no problem. I got drawers full of cash here. I'm waiting to get rid of. So
done. Just saying, done.
Yeah,
like that's a pretty sweet deal.
Shut this one all the way. So
yeah. Listen, why do you think we keep saying a like button? People hit the like button. Eric's freaking loaded. Make him pay.
Oh yeah.
Kabanagoy, I need this graded and bring me back a Shirley Temple, please. Psh, sounds right. House on Sports Cards. Good evening. Would Eric eat ice cream out of a game used hockey helmet? Psh, you're acting like he has it already. That's adorable. You mean again?
Yeah. Bill, go to bed. That's number one. Second, if it
also
was,
you mean again?
If it was Reggie Lemlin's, I would.
There's a much cruder joke I can make as a follow-up to that. I'm going to move on. But I want you to imagine what it could have been. It involves a piece of game used equipment.
Yeah.
Moving on. Anyway, is this idea as Desmond River? Not quite yet, but we're getting there. Was Sports Card Investor being on the flip? Maybe. There's not enough profit streams to run that place, and he has two guys that look like dopes to me to run it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I would imagine Got Baseball Cards is feeling pretty raw that Geoff opened a giant card shop with an hour notice. So that's kind of the angle that I would question, obviously, since they're in the same zone.
I don't think so, especially if they're going to try to work together still, and they're still friends, and they're going to send each other business. And an hour is a long time for someone to go out of their way. Okay.
Well, so the thing is, I don't know what their relationship is going to be going forward. We'll see. Like, if he's smart, then it would be a situation where he would want to make sure that he keeps maybe bringing some business their way. And if you do it in that way, it could be a cooperative thing. And if you're smart and you keep it cooperative, that could be, you're going to need some allies in the space. Yeah. So if you can make sure you continue to provide that, that might be a move for you. I have no idea.
I just don't think an hour. Especially if that's hour with no traffic. All right. And this is in downtown Atlanta. So I'm going to guess it's probably more than an hour for me to get from one shop to the other. Or if I live near baseball collector's shop, right, I'm going to stay doing business with him. Yeah. Will I, on occasion, just for something to do on a Saturday, will I drive the hour with a buddy or something to go check out the other shop, especially when it's new? Absolutely. But I'm not going to leave my local shop to drive an hour plus to go check something else out. Just not going to do it.
So to Tom Bullard's point there on the authenticator pre-grade thing or whatever, let's rewind circa 2020, 2021 when card score was thought to be something that was going to catch on, and you hear no talk of it anymore. I mean, pre-grading, there's a lot of shops like, I don't know if Wes is still in here, but he helps do some pre-grading, I know, for his local shop for people submitting cards. So, things like that already exists in shops. But as far as like when he mentioned the on-site grading in shops, like that's where it just, I get the thought quicker, faster, whatever. Everybody wants instantaneous today, but that would cause so many issues. It would just, you would be creating more questions than solutions.
Now, I have a question, kind of a follow-up question since we're talking about here. Okay, let me ask a question. Because unlike individuals we know, I don't feel the need to do a response video to every one of Geoff's videos. I really don't. It's just not worth my time. However, with that said, no, it's just not. I'm going to need a lot of sponsors for that one, Bobby. A lot of sponsors, and they're going to have to pay. They're going to pay per video. But the thing is, so I did watch the last episode where Geoff talked a little bit. No, sorry, not last episode. I did watch the live that he did with Dustin and Neo and Steve and Flip and Steve, where they had Geoff on, and he was talking about one thing. So there was one thing specifically that struck me that when he was discussing it with them, I believe, and it was the business model of paying 75 or 80%, even 70, whatever percent of comps as purchasing to get volume in the door and everything. But this is the part that I thought was interesting. So that's already pretty strong if your intention then is to price everything at quote unquote comps. Now, they kind of talked around the idea of what happens if comps move, whatever, and all that. And they talked about changing prices if they need to. And that's how difficult that's going to be with a lot of SKUs. That's going to be very time consuming. But forget all that for a second. Here's a question, though.
That's like a
if you
full-time
go to a
job for
card
one
shop,
person, right?
Yeah. But if you go to a card shop, though, I don't know in 2024, if I go to a card shop, let's say a card is running for about $100 on eBay pretty consistently. Unless it's something I really need, I would still try to get it for 80 or 90 bucks.
Yeah.
But what he was saying was that because they're paying pretty strong, which, 70+% in some cases of comps for a store buying is actually pretty strong for them.
Very.
Considering the margins, right? But they're basically saying that they want to be pricing at comps and pretty much not negotiate.
Well,
that's kind of the way that was the way he explained it, because that's what I heard. I'm like, wait, and here's the thing. I understand, because you already paid too much as a store, and in effect, you don't have that much room to go down, and you've got this overhead, and you got this 14,000 square foot thing, and you got to pay all the overhead for all this shit. So I understand it, but at the same time, it's like, in that case, I feel like you put yourself in a bad position where you didn't leave yourself leverage. You left yourself no room.
I go into a lot of places and the guys say, hey, I paid that much for it. And I went, well, then you're stupid.
That's not my problem. I hate
it isn't.
Yeah,
it isn't.
But
so
I think though it would create a bit of a, so this is the question I'm posing. This is the question I'm asking. At this point in time, if you walked into a card shop, assuming you have a local card store or whatever, I got to be honest, I can't remember the last time for just a regular card that I'm buying in kind of a card shop environment that I actually paid full comp. I struggle to think of one. It's not that it's not possible. We already talked about the Michael Taylor example and player collection. If it's a really rare piece, if it's a tough piece, then I kind of throw comps out the window because, well, I don't really have real comps to go off of.
Well, if it's well centered and a really nice example, I can see that.
Well,
sure.
So Eric works in a shop, so he can probably relate to what I'm going to say. And you guys, if you frequented shops,
I was there today for the first time in a month and a half.
We've discussed the whole what a card shop kind of means and the hobby kind of thing, and a lot of times it's a hangout spot. It's collectors get together, you BS, it's the atmosphere of like-minded people.
Sure.
In many cases, if you're a regular in a shop and you're purchasing, the owner's giving you deals, whether they're cutting the tax off or they're going a little under comps or whatever, because you're a regular in there, that's part of going to the shop. I already, when I walk into my LCS, I already know that the sticker is going to be sticker shock at my LCS because he actually prices high, knowing that comps fluctuate so much, but he's normally at least 50% of what he has on the sticker, usually even lower than that. So
yeah,
it's kind of, to the unknowing, you think you're getting a hell of a deal, but he's doing it just so he doesn't have to change the SKUs all the time. He knows there's enough room there.
Tough,
right?
Yeah.
So
I think though you've created a scenario where that's why I say the question was always, with that amount of inventory, how, and again in that conversation he basically said that they want to be turning over inventory constantly, very quickly.
How do
so it affect
that?
So what basically was I think what's going to happen, again, I'm going to take him at his word. I'm going to basically take what he said. And if that's the model you're going with, what I'm hearing is you're going to put shit in your showcase, and unless someone's stupid, they won't buy it, and it'll sit there for 30 days. Alarm bells will go off in your system and say, we've had this shit for 30 days. We need to get rid of it. They will throw it on Whatnot, on eBay, and all these other things, auction, sell it, and then take less anyway. And then they lose money. And eventually they realize that buying at 70% is not going to work.
How much can you get for Will Gree? I don't know.
Ooh. Here's a question, and this is, I want to get your opinion on this.
Go ahead.
With all of these apps and everything that are now trying to integrate with like a card show to where it's showing you inventory and all of that of the show, do you think that part of Jeff's plan, and he hasn't announced it, is to integrate, maybe test it on his own shop, where all of his inventory he's going to have integrated into market movers, to where he's not even skewing the cards. He can literally, like, maybe QR code or something like that, and it brings it right up, like all of his inventory right in market movers, shows the current comp, and that's what he's going to try to sell it at.
I don't
Great
know.
question. He specifically touched on this in the sense that that was a question that was asked to him. It's like, are you going to use market movers as a way to do that? And his first words were like, I'd love to, but market movers isn't capable of doing that. So we're trying to find a solution. No, like he flat out said, like, we can't with that sheer amount of moving parts. He goes,
That's a
they're trying to
lot,
find
yeah.
because they're trying to find a solution, a real
No.
database solution to cover the SKUs that they have and the amount of adjustments they're going to need to make. And market movers can track your collection inside the app. But now you're thinking at a store, you're operating at a much bigger amount of cards, a much bigger amount of things, and as you're pulling data points.
It's a lot
So
of labor.
he
I
by
wonder
his
if
own
he creates
admission, he goes, I
another.
can't do it.
I wonder if he creates another
App.
software program
He might be forced to.
that
In order to
would
accomplish that,
tie
he'd be forced
in-
to.
It would be
that would
smart.
link with market movers then in that instance, where it has his inventory and market movers immediately shoots like all of the pricing over, and it's a live kind of update or whatever, how daily update, whatever market movers does,
That's a,
that keeps his inventory pricing updated, because that would be the smartest thing if he's going to try to go comp for comps.
you need a full-time person to do that, to log everything. It's just labor intensive.
I'm seeing as a person who worked on
cares?
the end of administering software that tries to do things like that, it's a nightmare.
It is.
It's an actual nightmare. The amount of things that can break down on a database, and we're talking relational databases. So you got a database of this, you got a database of that, you got pricing information, you got the feed coming in here, and you got all these elements have to combine and touch on each other. And I'm saying that sounds like an actual nightmare. It sounds like something you wake up from a cold sweat.
Trust me, I know a guy who's got an app, and not everything. It's easy to say and want something, but to do it and then run into all the issues and problems that you have trying to do that. Because when you do that, then you interfere with 10 other things at least.
Yeah.
So
and
then
then you're
gotta
trying to
adjust
run
those
an actual
things.
card shop. Imagine you're trying to run a
Yeah,
card
that's what
shop
I mean,
in
on
real
top of
time.
that.
The person
Like-
comes in, brings whatever I'd like to purchase or I'd like to sell or whatever. And you're trying to figure out, all right, how much should I pay for this shit? How much are we going to sell this shit for? Where's it going to go? And you're trying to
who's
work all this
logging
out.
that all
And
in?
you need this data to try to make a decision.
You do.
And you need it quickly. You need it now. Like, we need to get this over with.
Yeah, you
That guy
can't.
that Bobby knows that has that app sounds like a real jerk.
He is.
Mm.
Poor Andy.
Terrible. But Wes is right though. Like if you're talking about, so like that's why I posed the question. So I listened to what he said. Again, whenever Jeff does one of those things, he's not the one actually in the system trying to figure it out.
No.
He hires people to try to solve that. But I'm just saying, as somebody who's worked on the end of data like that, and it wasn't even my job to mine all the data, but I still needed to be able to understand it because I'm administering the general function of the system. And even the amount of data points, the databases, there's about 50 million breakpoints where something can go wrong.
Oh yeah.
And you get the wrong data, or you get the wrong information in the wrong place, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. It's like, oh crap. And when I did all that, I was working in the banking side of things. And here's the thing: the bank needs that data way more than a card shop. And it's way more important, and there's way more money at stake. And even then, it's a nightmare. Like, there's a reason why you can hit a panic button effectively, and you can tell everybody if something breaks in one of those systems.
Oh, you're in trouble.
It's around the clock. That no one sleeps until we fix this shit because
That's
it's very
right, yeah.
important.
Now,
We need to fix it.
I've never had Jeff's app. It doesn't interest me. What we do use at work is free, and I've talked about it on here before. Is the Center Stage app, where you just open it up, you scan, you put a card in front of it, hold it there, and all the recent sales on eBay come up. I don't know who run. I mean, I'm not educated enough to know what goes into building this app and how to get eBay's information onto this app, especially since it's free. But if a free app that anyone can download and get comps from last week right to your hand at a shop and say this thing's $20, I'll sell it to you for 15. Why can't something that's paid for that probably has more advanced technology be able to do something similar for him?
Sure, but it's very specific. It would have to be his own design. And look
You
how
got
long
to
it took.
remember
It took us
also the
7
Center
years
Stage
to
app.
do an app.
I've used the Center Stage app. It's very good.
Mhm.
But any app that is trying to pull data from various data pools like that, take it with a grain of salt, because some of the data points are still wrong.
Yeah.
Like because key point. So again, without getting too far into the weeds, let's just think about this logically for a second. The reason why it's so hard to really comp, if you're talking about a 1-of-1, it's super hard to comp because there just aren't a lot of choices and we're trying to extrapolate. That's hard.
Yes.
But here, the only time it's kind of easy is if it's an item that's so abundantly available that we've got 1,000 different options. We've got 1,000 completed sales, and we can okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but even if some are short, that's great. Throw those out, throw outliers out the window, high or low. And then within a range, you'll be able to pretty much figure out where we should fall. You'll come up with a pretty good range because you've got so many data points. It's the stuff in between that's a little bit murky, where it's kind of tough, but they do sell once in a while. But is it a legit sale? Did it get paid for? All that nonsense. But eBay makes it more complicated because, well, did you list it correctly? Did you put the right year? Did you put the right brand? Did you put so when I'm comparing the two, am I comparing apples to apples? Because I've got this one where it says, Boopy or rookie card, and I've got this other one where it says asshole Eric likes rookie card. Well, it might not sell for the same amount, but it's the same card, but the pictures are the same, but the labeling is different. The titling is different. The time that they listed it is different. One of them sold at 3 a.m. The other one sold at 5 p.m. on a Saturday. It might make a little bit of a difference in terms of but it's the same item. Why are we getting such different prices? Because one of them you label terribly, and the other one you label a little better.
And then you get
one of them you
people
put
who
in a better
overpay,
time slot.
like Brandon.
Correct. Yes. One of them is a buy it now best offer where somebody paid what they thought was price. The other one was an auction that ended at 3 a.m. and nobody saw it because it was labeled wrong.
Yeah.
The card's legit. The card's fine, but it was just labeled badly.
Range. You still get we still went with Center Stage and and I have no dog in the fight. It isn't like we're sponsored by them or
if you're buying at low enough margins though,
it's
Center
just,
Stage
yeah,
will work for
it
you.
shows you the last 5 sales, and a lot of times the picture is on there also, so you can compare. Oh, this one's beat to shit, and that sold for 300. So I can assume that the one that I have that in my hand that's in really good shape, I could probably get 500 for. You can sometimes you have to do it that way, but at least gives you an idea, a starting point when it gives you the last 5 sales on eBay. No matter what the label, no matter what the time, the day, and everything you said was right. But at least this gives you a starting point that you can pick one of these, and then say, okay, the highest sale was 500, the lowest one was 100. All right, this card's I'm going to ask 250 for it for this guy.
Sounds great, but Eric, what you're an important assumption. So for the moment, so against my better judgment, I want to make it clear, against my better judgment, this segment we will operate under serious conversation rules for a moment, because now we're having a serious conversation. We're going to have it. I will let you all know when it ends. It'll be noted by the chocolate sticks. That's all you know. We'll get back to it, but hang tight. For now, serious mode for a second. Okay. Your presumption, though, works with the idea that you can take whatever data you pull from and that the person that you're looking at it understands how to interpret that. Because there's still some interpretation. There's taking the information, then using it and being able to apply it and say, okay, look, knowing how to look at it and go throw out that one means nothing. That one completely didn't go. I checked Terra Peak. They didn't even pay for it. That was shilled to the moon. Garbage. Throw it out. This other one, it was done at 3 a.m. and it was a ridiculous thing, and the labeling was wrong, the picture was garbage, all this stuff. I can't use that. Garbage, throw it out. And then you kind of interpret it. But what if you just get a rando peon who doesn't understand what the hell he's looking at? So how is he supposed to take this data and make anything out of it that's of any good, of any use? Who are you hiring to go into the store? Listen, Geoff has his partners and whatever. Maybe they have some experience. They claim to. Great, fine. Let's assume they do. That doesn't mean everybody they're going to hire is going to have all this amazing experience unless Geoff is paying like crazy money. In which case, then you've added even more overhead to your ridiculous overhead, and you're already theoretically, according to you, overpaying for these cards compared to what you're going to be. You're going to try to sell them at straight up comps with basically no wiggle room. So you better sell. How much do you think you're actually going to sell? Good luck.
Well, I mean,
minimum wage people to have there. So
and those minimum wage people can't read shit. They're going to look at that screen and not be able to make heads or tails of it.
No.
If he's buying at 80%,
70,
even 70.
That was my point. Even 70, like that's strong.
With things and moving pieces like they are, I mean, they could essentially, not depending on the value of the card, but they could easily lose 10% quickly.
Yes.
And then you have, I mean, I get paying comps because it's in your hand and you can see it and whatever, yada, yada, the convenience factor. But everybody, when it's face to face, I mean, if you sell on eBay, you know the negotiating. Message after message. Hey, will you do this? Or just the simple lazy number with a question mark. Or, hey, bro, what's your best? Like, even on eBay, it's constant negotiating and wanting to get stuff cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Do you think anybody's going to go in there and just gladly pay sticker or full comps just because they are in his shop and
they're going to want 70 or 80 points, right? They're not going to want to pay the 100 points.
That's
exactly. So he's playing.
So his
with
margin is his buy price. So
margin.
He's not going to be making much money if all things go properly, right? Like he's going to sell the odd card. He needs volume.
What in effect he just told me is he's bought himself a albatross that will be lucky to tread water.
Yes.
And a studio space. So it's like, and that was your business model. That's what you're telling me. I'm just listening to you. I'm listening to what you are telling me. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. None. You can't operate like that. You're not going to sell the volume. Like, you know, he talks about Burbank and a lot of these other ones. Burbank isn't paying Burbank will pay for certain cards. If the card is hot, if it's moving quickly and if they know they can make like 90, 95% of comps or 100% of comps, boom, it's out the door immediately, then yeah, they'll pay you 80, 85%, of course. Because they know they can sell it. They'll take
volume too. They sell a lot of cards.
But that's the point, Bobby. They will look at it and say, this card, the moment I buy it, I have a buyer for it who will come in the next hour and buy it from me at full price and be happy and be out the door and the cash is in my pocket. Sure, I'll do that.
I think Jeff took too much of a risk. I think Fanatics did too. I don't see either of them doing well in the next couple of years. So
yeah, it's just bizarre. That's the thing I don't get. The whole discussion was originally he needed a sweetheart deal for this to even make sense. He needed a sweetheart deal on the wax to be able to get it at a lot of allocation at cheap price to be able to make a lot of money and move a lot of wax out the door and then go from there.
He should have bought 20 collections or something. You know, that's what you do. You buy 20 collections, you know, your margins are way down and you can, you know, sustain your business that way. You can't go out and buy key cards at 70 points. No way. You're going to get 80 points.
It doesn't make it. As an individual who occasionally sells a card, I'm still not going to go out of my way to pay 70 or 80 points. I'm going to go out of my way to pay as little as I can.
I don't see how he can pay the rent and the people and everything and on even 30 points. It's not going to do it.
No, I don't know for sure, but I would think that even with things being so expensive nowadays with inflation and everything, that rent in a major city is relatively cheaper than pre-pandemic because so many companies left. There's all this empty space. People are working from home. I mean, my wife's company has like downsized space in these major skyscrapers in Boston. They went from having 10 floors to 5. There's all these empty skyscrapers in these major cities. So this is in downtown Atlanta. His rent, which is probably still high because it's downtown Atlanta right next to a baseball field, might be less today than it was 5 years ago.
Probably.
Yeah.
So
Eric, though, my math is based on the premise. I don't care if he's getting the fucking lease for $1. I still don't like the business model. Like, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I don't care if the lease is $1. He, by his own acknowledgement, during regular hours, he's going to need at least 10 employees manning that space. He's paying these people. Literally, whether anything sells or not, he is paying these people to be physically in that room and do work. And he's paying them by the hour or whatever it is, but he's paying them. So if I pretend, let me pretend lease is free. Let me be nice. Like, it's not true, but let me pretend it's free. Okay. It doesn't matter. You're buying shit. And you're buying shit at this price where I'm not sure you can sell it at that price point you think you can get it. So you're sitting on this inventory and you're paying these 10 employees. I don't care if they make minimum wage. Let's make them all minimum wage. Great. Every hour that goes by, you're paying 10 of them. And every hour that goes by and you don't sell anything, the cash register is going off and money's coming out. And it just continues to come out. But then you add in lease, you add in all the rest of it, electricity, the electric bill, everything else that's associated to it. Hit the cash register. Let me pull more money out of the register. The money continues to go out. Security that you're going to have to pay for. You're going to have to pay for the security. You need it for that kind of space. Well, grab the cash register and throw more money out the door. Like, even if I made the lease free, I'm still paying thousands of dollars a day just to keep the lights on. Where's this money coming from? You need to be selling shit. What are you going to be selling? If I understand that some stuff will sell for commercial
cocaine.
I guess so.
Cocaine.
All right, back to Chocolate 6.
Yes.
Well, and don't forget, if he's going to be breaking as much product as he wants, he's going to have a lot of money tied up in that. Even if he's getting a sweetheart deal, like, it's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah. So, Brandon, the point is, I'm being as generous as I can, even for the sake of argument. I am actually intentionally giving you a scenario that isn't true, that makes no sense, that can't happen. And even still, I can't figure out how we get there. I don't have enough math to be able to get us to profitable based on what.
Who's this guy, Desmond Ritter? Maybe he's going to sell that, and it's all going to be.
He becomes the goat. He becomes the goat, and that fixes everything.
Wait, he told you all the answer.
Woo,
he told you
all. Will Greer.
He told you all the answer. There, that's paying for the HQ. There you go.
The money he's going to make every home game is just going to be stupid.
Yes.
I know he has bills to pay. I know that when they don't have home games and the season's not happening, that, he has to make up the money somewhere. I don't know if he's going to make enough during, half a baseball season at home to hold them over for a year, but the money is going to be stupid that he's going to be bringing in.
Let's ask yourself this, though, Eric, and put yourself into, let's say you're going to a Bruins game, right? You've already spent money on your tickets. You had to pay for parking. And you know that, and let's just assume you want to have a couple beers and some nachos and a hot dog and everything else, and maybe pick yourself up a t-shirt. We're not even going to go jersey. You already know how much you're going to be forking out at the game. Are you really looking to go drop money at a card shop before walking into the stadium?
Not everyone is going to, but how many people fill the stadium? I mean, there's only so many people that can fit into a store, no matter how big it is. How many people fit in Atlanta Stadium, right? The Atlanta Braves Stadium. If a small percentage of those people come in and spend money every single home game, the money is going to be in the millions.
You're assuming, though, he has something they're going to want to buy. The stadium store is already going to have, by the way, Fanatics has product that they sell at the stadium stores now. So Fanatics is going to have this little mini kiosk inside the stadium. You're not going to have to leave the stadium to buy blaster boxes of baseball cards. You're going to be able to buy it right there. I guarantee that in the spot. Like I said, to be blunt, what I think is your only hope is look, if Geoff's business, if Geoff's card shop succeeds, 75 to 80%, 85% of his sales are going to be online. There's like a 0%, like it's going to have to be like way skewed online. That live selling thing had better work, and it had better work. Like he'd better make thousands a night on single sales on the stream, selling singles out of showcases, selling singles out of the thing, online orders through the eBay store or whatever other shit they got going on. They better be raking thousands of dollars a day online sales that they're selling, and they need to be packaging. They need to have a really good packaging department to ship shit out the door. Every single day there better be a stack of envelopes going out the door in boxes, because what's happening in the store is going to be irrelevant relative to what should be going out the door in online sales. If that's going to work, that's the only scenario. That is the only path to victory that I see for Geoff, if he has a great packing department that is constantly getting shit out the door.
Yeah.
But then you're upping your number of employees too.
You are. The 10 that he was talking about did not include the packing department. It did not include the breakers. So add more expense, add more hourly wages to what, like, that's why I say, like, I'm already looking again for the hell of it, just for fun. I said, okay, make the lease free. I don't give a shit. Just to pay these people to do the job at minimum wage, you're still paying a ton. Every single hour that goes by, the register keeps going off. There's more money going out. Whether they do anything or not, whether they succeed or not, whether they sell product or not, you're still paying them to be there because you told them they had to be there, right? Okay, let's see how that goes. Like, I'm struggling to think of the only path to victory, like I said, is a robust online presence and brisk online sales. A lot of them. A lot. And even then, it might still be a struggle. Good luck. I say to you, sir, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a situation like Probstein.
Yeah, that's what I say. But like I said, Burbank has done a lot. Burbank has digitized a lot of the inventory. They've got a lot of inventory on that eBay store.
Stuff from them all the time. Yeah.
So that's the business model that you need. That if you have that, a stable online presence that's selling stuff all constantly, okay, that's a good start. That's going to be key. Michael Ham says, "This is built to succeed. I'll be there next week." Do it, sir. We expect reports from the field.
Now, wait, hold on. Just back up for a second. As much as I don't like Michael Ham and I don't like talking to him, I'm gonna make an exception. Mike, are you going to Atlanta and you're just gonna pop in and see what's happening there? Or do you have like something scheduled to go into the shop and meet with Jeff or do something there? What exactly is happening? That's my question. So, I mean, I don't know. I can't tell if he's just gonna. I'm going to Atlanta. I'm gonna walk by.
Isn't the Atlanta show next week? The Culture Collision.
It's coming up. That'll be the soft launch for the store. That's it. We're gonna know soon. Oh. It's not gonna be long. It's not gonna be long from now. We're gonna know. And I think the store itself is supposed to be open in early February, like open, officially. Everybody fully open doors. So, but the soft launch is coming. It should be with the Culture Collision show. It's supposed to be, if I'm understanding correctly. So that's going to be the question that we're going to get and try to see what happens.
But Ham doesn't have any culture, so why go there?
Wow!
I'm just asking.
He heard the mayonnaise is good in Atlanta.
Woo! Amazing.
Disgusting. Why are you going to be gross?
Just scrolling through here. Mike Petty has great confidence in Jeff. Great confidence. John here says tag in the building would help him. I don't think wait as you go coasters is going to help this man. I don't think that's going to assist. I don't think it's enough.
Well, again, as soon as that
It's souvenirs, I guess. Like, look. I've already told you guys. I got one. Got one. They're good. Like, look. See? They're good. See?
when the technology is perfected and is in the hands of a
More perfect than this?
when it is
Already-
perfected and in the hands of a reputable company, I will then buy into grading. Until then, I'm out.
It's a great coaster.
Fellas, I'm gonna
100%
squeeze out
I-
and go see what
What?
she's doing.
Well, she's waiting for you because I told her about that girl you have, as a connection, and she's waiting to talk to you. So, good luck.
That's good. She
Mrs.
lets me know
Ball-
every time there's a new email.
Yeah. She's
So
got
now Brandon, let's
It's not
prepare ourselves. Tomorrow I got the Packers game on, and then by Monday we'll see. We'll see if the dream continues or if it's on for San Francisco / whoever else. And we'll see if the Ravens are there by then.
They?
I think they are. Yeah, I think it's a Saturday.
Yeah, I
no?
think it's 4:30.
Ooh.
and we'll see if San Francisco's going back to the Super Bowl like last year, right?
So do we get a watch along on the Bubbles and Ball Cards channel?
I'll probably be busy.
Uh-huh. How convenient. How convenient.
But-
All right, man. Have yourself a good night. Sounds good.
Y'all
Take
have a
it
good
easy.
night, guys.
Later, Brandon.
Big easy. Big easy. But yes. But no, the point is that
See you,
I don't
Brandon.
see the scenario. Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't see
somebody's
the-
asking
I don't-
questions.
No worries. I don't see the scenario. Like I said, I wasn't joking. I don't see the path to victory because the thing is, every time he says something and reveals some part of the business model, I'm like, that actually sounds really stupid. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a terrible idea. I'm like, I advise against it. It's like every time he explains another element, I'm like, no, I disagree with this.
And do you notice Ham hasn't answered my question?
Ham's trying to figure out how to tell you that I am the new MC at Cards HQ. Here you go, Michael Ham. Culture Collision Card Show. He is hosting us. There you go. You are being
What is
hosted.
us? Oh my God. Can you send him a link or something? For Christ's sakes, who's us? I mean, like everybody in the hobby?
I don't know,
Or-
Ham. You want to reveal your secrets? That's up to you. It's up to
Jesus
you if you want to reveal
Christ,
secrets.
I hate this guy. He is the worst.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't tell you.
Could I get a straight answer? Oh my God, I'm gonna fly down to Florida and wring his neck.
You're gonna try to go to the lair of Florida, man? I don't know about that. Seems crazy. It seems crazy talk. Crazy. Yep, Michael Ham has revealed us pronoun. Facts.
Get it?
He said hosting us. What do you want from me?
Who the hell's us? There's gonna be
They,
thousands
them.
and thousands of people at Culture Collision. Oh, good Lord.
There you go. I'm in GR Fantasy League with Dustin, Neo, and Steve, so I get to go with them. Aren't you also? Isn't that the same one that the Dakota's in? So I guess he wasn't invited to go visit and hang out at the party. Who knows? And mind you, though, he doesn't really like to travel on. I don't think he likes to travel on planes, so I think that might be out for him.
Well, thanks for finally giving me a freaking straight answer, jerk.
Listen, I agree with him. I've been saying all along, Tag will be the future coaster makers of our hobby. For grading, nothing, but coaster maker.
I don't know if
Just-
Tag is going to go anywhere, but the technology has to be focused on, it has to be improved, and it has to get to the big four. And I am all in once that happens.
I think I look forward to the behind the music episode where we find out about the money laundering, the money they acquired from the Russians, and how the machine was actually floating ahead behind it, shaking it, going, "Ooh," and then he has to blow smoke up the top to make it look like it's doing something, and then the card comes out. It's gonna be very exciting.
Whatever.
Ooh.
I'm just sick and tired of you get a card back, it's a 6, you crack it, you send it back in, it comes back at 10. That shit's got to stop. So I need Tag to get their shit together, and I'm all in once that gets perfected.
I agree with you. I need Tag to go bankrupt, and then somebody actually does it properly.
What I don't listen. I don't care. All right, but PSA, it obviously is the big one. They have the money to buy them up, buy the technology, put the money into perfecting.
Why do we keep assuming they have technology? Just because they said they have technology doesn't mean they have technology.
I understand that. I know, like that other shit ass company from a couple of years ago that put colorful labels in that had AI.
Listen, I'll have you know, Neo Cards and Comics kind of likes HGA, so he might not like you bad mouthing them. He kind of
likes HGA.
He kind of likes it. This is a very important, long-standing joke.
Okay. Well, hey, like what you like.
Kind of like.
But something has to improve.
There you go. Bobby's got snacks.
That is
taking a break.
That's a weird looking Kit Kat. I don't think I've ever seen one in that wrapper.
It's a thick, like one finger.
Haven't seen one that's news to me. That must be a Canadian thing. I haven't seen one like that.
Cadbury Thick's been around for like 20 years now.
Okay, I have not.
It's just one finger.
Okay, I haven't.
See? You see the finger difference?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if there was a second one, there'd be a 2-finger situation. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, as long as. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's thick.
Right. I have not seen that here yet. But I don't go to the candy aisle and look for stuff, so I have no idea. I like peanut M&Ms and Snickers bars. I don't look for anything else.
See, Bobby, you're tricking people. I like it. Ran back to the computer because I thought the sound was someone ripping a pack. Just a Kit Kat. I like it. Dak doesn't go to shows anymore. Yeah, he'd have to do it by the Orient Express, and it might take a little too long. That's kind of the problem.
I don't know what Dak is. The only Dak I know is a quarterback that has nothing to do anymore.
You've seen Dakota, Sports Card Anonymous. He's been on here before.
Oh, Dakota. Okay.
Yeah, that's Dakota. Yes. That's
okay.
Dakota.
I thought you talking about Dak Prescott, who he's got nothing to do. He has plenty of time to go to shows.
Yeah, Wes is the guy who speaks on Dak Prescott. He's the subject matter expert.
Okay.
By the way, tomorrow, forthcoming.
What time is that?
It's going to be the evening game.
Evening game?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think I'll probably set the timing for like 8 p.m. I think I'll set it a couple of minutes beforehand. I was chatting with Scott. I think he might be in on hanging out. It's going to be a hangout. Anybody who wants to come on by, just let me know. I can shoot you a link and you can hang out. We're just going to watch the game and hang out. We'll see. San Francisco is a 9.5-point favorite. So they're expecting
Super Bowl.
Yeah. Their path has already been written. They roll through, they beat the Packers, beat the Lions, or whoever they see in the NFC Championship, and then roll on, and the Purdy party rolls into the Super Bowl.
There you go.
This is what I've been told.
Again.
This is what I've been told. For the first time, Eric, for the first time. Bobby, my favorite thing was the last week's podcast where Eric had convinced himself that Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers had gone into the Super Bowl last year. They did not get the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Did not actually occur. No.
Yep. But God is my witness. I could have sworn the 49ers were in the Super Bowl last year and Purdy hurt his shoulder and lost the Super Bowl. That's how I remembered it. And I was doing the podcast talking like that it was reality. And after an hour, these idiots who, sometimes trick me to thinking that they're my friends, waited an hour to then go, oh, by the way, everything you've said for the last hour is horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was great. It was pretty great. I'm not going to lie. It was fantastic. We just let him keep going on his own world. Like, those 49ers, they got to get back to the Super Bowl. It's like they weren't at the Super Bowl last year. It didn't happen. Wasn't Bobby, you know what the best part is? The NFC Championship game where Purdy got hurt and where the Eagles won actually was played during one of the CSC shows, because that was one of the shows they had it on the screen. Yeah, they actually,
right.
yeah, they had it on the thing. And
I remember we were kind of in that space and looking.
So not only do I know, because I literally saw the game while at the CSC show, and that's when Purdy got hurt. We were watching it, and they had it on the projector on the screen there going at the show. So how apropos.
I think we were out
Especially
having a
with
beer
the-
there, weren't we?
We were, yeah, we were hanging out. It was a good show. And then we'll be doing the show not this weekend, the following weekend.
27th, yeah.
It'll be the following weekend. Now, the following week, that weekend will be very interesting because there'll be the CSC show. So I'll have to get my ticket
Yeah.
for that. I'll definitely be attending. We'll coordinate. We'll figure stuff out.
Sure.
But then also there'll be the Royal Rumble. I think we'll be on the
Oh.
Saturday. So I'll be hanging out with a buddy of mine, checking out the Rumble. It's actually been surprisingly hard to find a venue that's showing it. But we're going to go hang out and check out that. But that'll be in the evening. But then at some during the day, I think we'll. Do you prefer Saturday or Sunday? Do you have a preference? Do you care?
No, Saturday.
Okay. So then we can do that. And then maybe I'll pop in then for the CSC show on Saturday, do the Rumble in the evening, and then go from there. And then Sunday I'll take it easy.
I don't want to be there the day after the show because it's sort of like the cleanup crew. I don't want to be that. I want to be in first and see what's there first.
Yep. Makes
Saturday's
sense.
kind of tough though. We're gonna see. We'll see.
Let's go here. All grading slabs are coasters. Yes, but tag slabs are like elite coasters. But some grading slabs like allegedly have some utility. Tag slabs are just strictly coasters.
No, they
Mhm.
also.
There is no other purpose for them but coasterdom. They hold
There's
the drink.
another company that's
Boom.
great technology, just came in at the wrong time.
AI grading is the future of cards. There is no AI. They themselves will tell you that it's not AI.
What?
So there is no AI.
Okay, but why does Ham think only for modern cards? What's the difference? If I put a card in there from the 40s, it's either dinged up or it isn't. I don't like this. Modern cards have to be graded this way, and vintage cards have to be graded this way. 79 O-Peaches have to be graded this way. Bullshit. It's all cardboard with pictures on them. Grade them all the same.
Well, what do you want,
That's
Eric?
a
You go in, you go submit your card into this machine grading, whatever. We'll call it machine grading, not AI grading, because everybody keeps saying they're not AI, whatever.
Mhm.
Machine grading. You submit a machine grading, it's like, Booby or Boston Bruins. Fake.
Oh, stop that.
He only played for the Blackhawks. Fake.
Look at my Bobby Orr rookie card. That's not fake.
Fake.
And the 5 others I have aren't fake either.
Mhm.
Fake.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
Mega fake.
Hey, so this is my buddy Bill that is Hot Sauce Sports Cards. Good to see you.
And Bill, the answer is yes. We did have a discussion on this right at the beginning of the show.
We kind of started the show off with that and had a lot to say about it. So if you are interested, feel free to watch the first little bit of the show and you'll see me rage on that topic.
Apparently, yes.
But
Agonized machines. You know who once had machines? And a building you can see from space. Come see.
Mhm.
Tag says they have machines. I think they have spray painted cardboard boxes. And I think they got a guy behind that goes, I think one of the Hanson twins, one of the Hanson twins, if you ever watched the 57-part floating head documentary, the Hanson twins stand behind and go, and they make like engine sounds. And then everybody thinks that they're actually doing something. It's pretty great. Pretty cool.
Anyways, I what really bothers me is that Ham and I seem to agree on this subject, and that just burns my ass.
Well, see, you know what should burn your ass more than that? No, Eric, you know what? What should burn your ass more than that is that Ham at least had the decency to be bribed by Tag to give a shit about them. They gave him free shit. So what did you get for it? What did you get for it?
I got nothing. He won.
So basically, you're trash.
I haven't forgotten that, Ham.
You
That was
suck.
my prize.
You suck. Ham at least was bribed.
He
Ham
was.
has absolutely no integrity whatsoever. He will be bought by the highest bidder. Anybody gives him free shit, he'll be 100% in their corner. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you should have, Eric, you undersold yourself. You should have at least tried to see if you could be like, oh, okay, let me be bribed. That's fine. Be bribed.
I've tried. No one will bribe me.
Oh, that's an excuse right there. Please.
I'm not big time enough.
Oh,
I just got an email. I just got an email from CSC.
Oh
They
yeah.
have AI grading
Anime
now?
Party, CSE World Collides Trade Show, the ultimate anime.
I'm sure the
Cosplay.
anime party. That's right. Yeah.
There you go. Tickets available now. Get them quick.
Oh man, it's pretty exciting. Not
Sorry, I'm
gonna
just
lie.
checking my shit.
No problem. I'll quickly scan here. So Ham has got a prediction. Actually, I want to ask you guys if you have predictions as well. So Ham's got Green Bay 27, San Francisco 24. I would love that. That'd be great. Eric, probably the authentication piece, not just the grade. Yeah. What if all the cards from the set came from the pack with a crease? Should the crease then count against you when you're grading? Ask the machines. Eric operates on true lies. True. Zach here says, checking in for the first time tonight. Good evening, Zach. Hope all is well. 27 likes, 42 watching. We can do better. It's true. We need the likes for Eric's bill.
There is nothing.
Circle
to
back.
like.
Appreciate that. One question: why are the worlds colliding? They had some serious issues. They need to collide. It's pretty crazy. But yes, and then we are caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it. But yes, if those of you checking it out, I know earlier tonight you wished Kathy happy birthday, which was great. But that means there were several of you who we normally don't see who were willing to wish happy birthday. I hope you hit the like button because Eric pays for it. And for
Yeah,
Kathy's birthday,
if you
you
haven't
should
wished-
hit the like.
If you haven't had the opportunity to wish my mother a happy birthday, she's probably still watching the show. And if you, would like to just give her a quick happy birthday in the chat, that'd be great. I want to count them up and show her how many people wished her a happy birthday today. So if you haven't done it yet, I'd love to see you give her a happy birthday.
There you go. Good stuff. But yes, I think it'll be interesting. So let me touch on this since for the most part I'll have time later on to have more fun with the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame later once a couple more videos come out. I'm looking forward to it. Now that we've had at least a couple of rant videos, I'm looking forward to it. This is gonna be fun. We've only warmed up. I think most of the folks here though aren't really worried about that too much. They don't make the YouTube videos, so I don't think it's gonna be too much of an issue. But we'll have some fun with it.
I'm not
So here's
warmed
my
up
question.
in here.
Yeah. Any of you guys got any predictions for the playoffs? We got some games coming up here. Any of the games? Ham already made his prediction for one of them, but I'll quickly pull up what we got. We have Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, is Houston and Baltimore. So that's Bobble's team.
Baltimore.
Green Bay,
all day.
Green Bay, San Francisco will be the Saturday night late night. That's the one where I showed that thumbnail there. I'll be doing a little
I'll
watch
support
along
Green
deal.
Bay just to support you, Carlos.
I appreciate you, Bobby. So then Sunday is going to be Tampa Bay and Detroit. And then the one that should be the most interesting, I think, to me is Kansas City and Buffalo. Kansas City and Buffalo.
That'll be interesting.
That should be potentially interesting. So those are the games we've got coming up here. And then things will get interesting kind of from there.
Poor
And we'll have
Buffalo.
to see so we'll have to see how that one plays out. But I'll be curious. I don't know. We'll find out shortly, I think. And then after that, we're on to the conference championships and the game at the end of the season, Super Bowl.
Predictions for the Super Bowl teams?
Yeah, the 49ers is going to be in it again. Just
Niners?
That's what I've been told.
Okay.
All right, so here you go. Eric, because vintage cards were cut differently, made differently. Can't compare to 2023 card with edges and corners. Psh, if your AI wasn't shit, you'd be able to do it.
I disagree.
Yep.
or you can have two different machines, right? Doesn't have to go through the same machine. You can have a machine that does cardboard and a machine that does whatever materials people use nowadays. But the standard should be the same. And I just don't believe that.
Oh, Peachy's not the same though.
I disagree.
I think they would have to gear that one a little differently.
I've argued this for years. I know
you can keep arguing; it doesn't matter because
the Burrell has
it's only
overruled you,
you.
Eric. I don't know what to tell you.
Bobby, I said this 100 times. I can find
But every grading
so
company
many-
doesn't agree with you.
I can find so many examples of 79 O-Pee-Chee that are cut fine. There's no rough edges. There's no fraying. They are cut fine.
Mhm.
If one Gretzky is cut fine and there's no issues to it, why should I give that as a 7 and then another one that looks like it was cut with a cheese grater, give that one a 10? Because that's how they were done. No, not all of them look that way. So the one that looks like it was cut with a cheese grater should get a lower grade.
The minority, yes.
Mm.
The rough cuts are the
All I'm
rough
hearing
cuts.
from you
They're
is that the
acceptable.
one.
As
All
long
I'm
as
hearing
they're
from
the
you is that it
size,
should
it's
be an
fine.
11, a 12, a 13. That's it.
I'm saying stop grading these 79 O-Pee-Chees, these high grades, when they look like shit.
I understand that there is a certain point where they do look bad and they are high grade, and I disagree with that. But for the most part, most of them are okay. If there's a little rough cut down each edge, it's fine because that's pretty standard. And it has to be accepted as a standard if it's the majority. Majority rules in every circumstance. So
if you grade it the same, and the highest grade that a 79 O-Pee-Chee Gress could get was a 7. That 7 is the highest grade it got. That now your scale is basically 1 to 7. 7's now the 10. You can still get the highest price because it will say this is the highest one graded.
the degrees of rough cuts vary so much that it'd be so hard. They already have a hard enough time trying to grade the damn things because the 2 9s are not 9s.
Exactly.
The 10s or whatever they are.
Garbage.
So, what do you do at that point? So you make it acceptable, and if it, aesthetically, it should be a part of the grade too. Some of them will have that white all the way down the edge, and I really don't like.
Did you
that.
also
I've seen
take
some
into
really
account
bad
when you're
ones.
doing the measurement, Eric? Did you also take a look at your one without the rough cut? And did you check the rest of the card? How's the centering? How's the registration? How's the color? How's the how's the actual surface of the card?
But the edges is an issue because that is really part of the grade 2, Carlos. So
No, I
I
agree.
can understand what Eric is saying, but I'm just saying there's a certain degree that's acceptable where even the rough cut doesn't look so bad, but sometimes it really does. And those are actually the 2 10s. One of them is really bad, and the other one has like missing ink on the top, and it's just and fish eyes galore. Like I think I counted 15 fish eyes. That is unacceptable. But
And it's just it doesn't make any sense. So
a lot of it doesn't make
all
sense,
the
but it
same.
is an acceptable
It's the
factor. So we
highest
have to
number.
agree with that.
It's still
Agree
the
to
highest
disagree.
number, and you could still get the premium price for it because that's the highest number.
I'm sorry, that's the game that you don't play. So there you go.
I don't like the game. That's why I don't play it. So I took my
Well,
ball
there you go. So you don't have to worry about it.
because it's stupid.
It's
That's
over.
it.
Doesn't
That's right.
matter.
That's it. Stupid. I'm done.
Can't complain about a game that you don't play.
Yes, I can. I complain about all professional sports.
But nobody's
I don't play
listening.
any of them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that one. US Sports Card says Packers, Ravens, Lions, and Bills. I like Lions, Packers, NFC Championship. Mwah.
The Lions
Oh,
would
those
be
are-
nice. I think
I'm
they're
just
overdue,
saying,
aren't they?
They desperately for them. Look, my favorite line. I went back and I was listening to the pod because I always double check the podcast episode. And I listened to the audio version that came through. I had a little delay in getting that one uploaded, but I listened to it actually earlier today when I was listening. And my favorite line in the whole bit was when Eric was talking about how when the Lions won the playoff game, he saw grown men weeping, and Eric was couldn't get his head around that. And I'm saying, and my favorite was at one point I was making an analogy. I said, Brett, I said, Eric, this is like a starving man who's like dying of starvation, and you give him like a piece of bread, and you're like, oh, big deal, it's a piece of bread. It's like, I'm starving, I have nothing. This is it.
Or a chocolate stick.
Yeah, like Eric just didn't
in
understand.
2011, and I was starving.
No, you were not. You
I
were a
was
Boston
too.
Bruins fan. Hockey isn't even a real sport. Who cares? You're talking about starvation, dying, emaciated. Oh,
Now, Bobby, I'll accept that you don't want to defend the Bruins because you're a Toronto guy. But when he bashes hockey, you don't even stand up for it. You are a disappointment.
he's a
Because he
hockey
talks about
historian.
everything
He knows
past
what it really is.
1990.
He knows the
That's why I
dark
don't
truth of the
care.
hockeys.
No,
If
you
it's
know, I
pre-80,
understand.
if it's
Okay,
pre-89, I'm good. If not, why would I care?
he's talking about the sport of hockey. He bashes.
It's
it.
not
I feel
even
like
a part of
I-
my app, but you wouldn't know that.
The sport
No,
of
I
hockey
don't
was
know.
canceled after 1990, Eric. It doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many cards
Just
in the 66 test set?
66 test set? 66.
It doesn't tell me. I
How
wish
many
I
cards
so-
in the 66 regular set? 132.
Ham says Packers, Bucks, Ravens, and Kansas City. So he's got the Buccaneers defeating the Lions. So playing into the local. I get it, Florida man. I get
I
it.
like Tampa Bay.
So did you see the video of the reporter asking Tampa Bay's coach Todd Bowles about how the weather is going to impact the game in Detroit? He told her they play inside. Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, it'll be cold.
It's like it's indoors. It's fine. We'll be okay.
That's why they can't win.
This is the time of year that the news agencies start sending their more familiar reporters to cover a sport they never pay any attention to. So the sports reporters get screwed over, and they send all these other people that are on the anchor desk to go in and ask these questions, but they have no idea about anything they're talking about. This happens every single year when the playoffs come into football, and wait to the Super Bowl, and they have the press day. You have people that don't know the first thing about football that have been sent there from their news agencies, and they're asking the dumbest questions imaginable, like how the weather's going to affect everything in Detroit. I mean, it's ludicrous. This happens every single year, and it is hysterical but sad at the same time. And they set this woman up for failure. I mean, should she have done maybe a little more research before she asked a question? Maybe. But
yes,
she doesn't cover this sport. That she knows nothing about it. And they set her up by sending, okay, well, you're the face of, the 6 o'clock news or whatever. I don't know exactly for sure about her, but you go, it's, press day for the championships. Go check it out. And they throw these people to the wolves, and they look like fools.
So, okay, quickly. I have a quick analogy. That actually plays into what Eric's saying. Hold on. I have a quick analogy that actually plays into what Eric's saying. I'd feel bad for her if she didn't have the Google machine. Really. Yes. Now, I'm actually going to give an analogy, though. I'm going to give an analogy.
Not everybody can afford it, Carlos.
Yeah, the Google machine's pretty rough. Let me tell you, a cell phone and all that, crazy, this internet thing, So analogy that actually pertains to this. So back years ago, when I first started down the path of a lot of the jobs that I've done in the last decade, early on, I started in what was called procurement. And there's different areas and different categories you can go into, but procurement's kind of its own deal. It's got its own stuff going on that you have to know about when it comes to it. So I go to do my first interview, and I know it's for this procurement department. It's for that. Now, I know what the word procurement means, but I don't know what it means in the context of the banks. I don't know what that means for them. I need to understand that. So no joke, 20 minutes before I'm about to do my interview, I go to the Google machine and I punch it in and I start looking through it. I skim just so quickly, just so high level. I know what it is that I'm dealing with. The exact question comes up during the interview. It's like, well, do you know kind of what procurement is? And I literally regurgitate what I read 20 minutes before. And then afterwards, he's like, yeah, well, the reason we gave you the job because, we like your qualifications. We like the way you presented yourself and everything, but you actually knew what procurement was. And I said, I joke with the guy, I was like, dude, I looked it up on Google 20 minutes before we started. And he goes, well, you're resourceful and nothing else. He goes,
there you go.
Because the reality is no, you don't need to know for sure. Can you do the job is the real question.
Yes.
But the fact that when the question came up, you had an answer, all I needed to do was Google it. I understood that that's something I would need to know. I'm applying for a position in this category. I should probably know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
It would stand to reason. So if she's going in, I don't care if you know anything about sports. You knew enough to ask about the weather. You probably looked up what the weather was, but you didn't look up that the stadium wasn't closed. Mm-hmm. And that would have answered your question before you even started. You would have come up with a different question. So 5 seconds on the Google would have given you the answer you sought. So I can't give her a pass because you don't need to know anything about football to hit up the Google machine and do a quick minimum amount of research. And the analogy I gave you was like the perfect thing. I literally knew nothing about procurement. That was 10 years ago. I know something about it now, having worked in it for a decade. But at that moment, I didn't know shit. So I looked it up.
I hear you. I just think it's these news agencies are throwing their reporters to the wolves in this situation, and I think it's more concerning when you send a woman to go do this and she makes a fool out of herself
To do a man's job. Come on.
that's the issue, right? Is
No.
now people are like, she's a dumb woman, she doesn't know sports, so it feeds into that.
Well, she was.
Well, because she was set up to fail.
No, she
Which
has
is
Google.
fair.
Carlos,
Do I have to go back to the Google
machine?
machine?
No,
I literally just explained the Google machine.
Send your sports people who know what the hell they're talking about.
There are sports people who don't know what they're talking about either.
All the time.
Who covers the White
Jeff
House
Wilson.
to send them over to cover
Fanatics.
football. It's setting her up, and then it exacerbates the stereotype
What?
that women don't know anything about sports and that she's just a stupid woman. It's not fair, and I don't think it's right. If a guy went and did that, people just laugh it off and be like, "What an idiot!" And he should be staying at the White House covering politics. But when you
Ham's
send
already fired her. Ham's already fired her.
Hmm?
It's done.
Bye-bye.
well, he's a mean son of a bitch. He fires everybody.
Nice job, Florida man.
Yeah.
He fires her, but he wants to keep on the fake AI grading company because they bought him off with a couple of freebies.
You know it.
I see what's going on here, Ham. I get it.
I should have won
I
that.
see.
He stole that from me.
I bet if she had given him like a pen or something, he'd be like, it was just. Eric's right.
Yeah.
Justice for a lady who couldn't Google.
If you sent, whatever your top sports reporter is in, your local news to go cover the White House,
You don't need Eric. The whole point of my story was that you don't need the top sports reporter. I literally gave you an analogy of something I didn't know shit about. I did not know. I didn't know. So
Yeah.
I made sure that I knew. I went out of my
that.
way knowing that I don't know. And I said to myself, I don't know anything about this. I should probably look something up. So I did.
I hear you. I understand. I just think it's a setup, and I just hate watching it. I mean, part of me laughs at it, but another part of it's like, this is stupid. Why are they wasting, the athlete or the coach's time with these people asking them questions that have no idea what they're talking about and don't belong in the press corps asking these questions at this time? These people have better things to do. They're preparing for the playoff game. They're playing for the Super Bowl. They don't have time to be getting asked these stupid questions by stupid people. And why their news agency continues to send stupid people to do a job is beyond me. Unless they want them to look foolish and be laughed at publicly.
Well, part of that though is they don't care. There was a reporter. There was a reporter at the that did the post-game press conference for Mike Tomlin after the Steelers lost. And the person was asking a question about Tomlin's contract status because I think he has a year left on his contract, whatever. It was a question that was based in reality. It was based on a fact. Even then, Tomlin's like, peace out. He literally just walked away. Tomlin didn't give a shit about answering a question that was very well understood. Like it was a verse question based on truth. It was a valid question. He didn't want to answer.
You haven't won a Super Bowl in years. You just lost in the wild card. Where do you think your future is going to be with the team is basically the question. Where do you stand with this organization? I think that's the common question. I mean, Belichick, the greatest coach of all time, was asked that 5 minutes after the last game of the season. And we see where he's at now, right? So
yeah, but the thing is, to your point, that's a standard question. That is a standard question.
That's my point.
You know it's coming. You know it's coming.
So that reporter asked him a standard question that made tons of sense, like it or not, whether they should or shouldn't have asked the question, whether it hurt his feelings or not. It's a standard question that every coach is asked after they don't win the Super Bowl or they have years of not winning the Super Bowl. They're all asked the same thing. That's why they're all fired like the next day. What do they call it? Like Black Monday or something? Don't they have?
But listen, I know for a fact there was somebody who was pitching about the possibility of keeping him on, and then the Mayo era began, and now everything's fine.
Yeah, it's just stop sending these people to do a job that someone else is trained to do. For whatever reason, they do it every year, and I hate it. So that's that.
Tough times. So we had a couple of folks throw their hat in the ring. Anyone else got any playoff picks? I know US Sports Cars, Bob Boozle, Michael Ham threw some picks there. We'll touch on a couple. We've already made our picks for this upcoming round, but we'll definitely have to see what comes out of that. I don't like to go. I like to go round at a time because it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
We'll see. I know Bobbles will definitely be rooting on his Ravens, so we'll see how that goes. I definitely had a lot of fun putting together a couple of parlays. That's been enjoyable for me to find some combinations that I like. I've stayed away from the Packer game entirely because I know what I expect, but you never know. That's what's going to be fun. For me, it was just like I enjoyed doing the watch along. The first one, I enjoyed doing it. It was a lot of fun for me, actually. But then I said, okay, so I'll do the other watch along, and it's very possible that we'll watch San Francisco wipe the floor with them, and then that'll be it. But if it happens, it happens. It is what it is. I'm looking for competitive game. I want to see them put up a fight. As long as I do that, I'm happy. I'm good.
Well, there's a coach that won't be asked the question or get fired because nobody expected the Packers to be here.
Nope.
They're gonna. I mean, this might be Coach of the Year situation.
Well, there will be questions, I think, about Joe Barry, because everyone kind of agrees that they're winning in spite of the defense, and Joe Barry is responsible for that. And the San Francisco game, a lot of it will likely come down to how effectively. No one expects them to shut out San Francisco. No one expects them to necessarily hold back San Francisco. Honestly, the only thing that a lot of fans are shooting for is please don't make it easy. Provide some impediment. Even if you just slow them down, that would be enough. We'd be happy with that. Just slow them down. Just make it a little, provide some resistance. Provide resistance, and you know what? We'll take it. We'll accept those terms. Have a good night, Ham. Take it easy. Enjoy your weekend.
Later, Mike. Take it easy.
Went 5 for 6 last week with Buffalo, Kansas City, Detroit, Tampa Bay, Green Bay. This week got Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, and San Francisco. Fair enough, Tom. Thank you for bringing in the picks. Appreciate it. But yeah, we'll see. Like I said, for me, I'll shoot for if you can give me the defense providing some resistance, if they can get a running game going, then I like our chances. I'm willing to take my chances with that. If you give me those two things and they can hang in there and keep it close, who knows? Weirder things have happened.
I have to write this stuff down now because obviously my memory is complete trash. Yeah. But I'm picking Baltimore, Buffalo, San Francisco, and Detroit. That's where I'm at.
All right. There you go. Sounds good. All right, folks. So what I'll ask is we can take off a little bit early tonight. I know I'm going to probably have another live stream tomorrow. So we'll definitely you'll get your live streaming fix, I think. Well, I'm going to do the watch along with the game.
So, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Now, here's a question. Any last thoughts as we wind her down? And you guys let me know. And then we'll wind her down on that.
And then Super Bowl champions.
Look at you going for Florida, man.
Called it.
I'm sure Ham will be thrilled with that. Ham will be running up and down going, tag! It's like, shouldn't you be shooting for Sam? Never mind. You shill? Even in this moment, pick a better time. Who knows, man? Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. So either way, we'll know the answer to this round. That would be funny, though. It'd be very amusing to me if by the CSC show, I'm like, oh my God, an NFC championship. I'm just saying. Be amazing. Look, I'm telling you, NFL scriptwriters, listen to me. Detroit, Green Bay NFC championship, the Detroit people would be like pre-burning their houses. Like in advance. They'd start like, all right, if I just lace my house in kerosene right now, when I light the match, it'll just go up in flames right away. I'll just lay the groundwork. I'll start now, just so we're ready to go.
Buffalo is Arson City.
I could just imagine. Look, it would be they would love if they win this round, which they've got a good chance.
Amazing. I would.
It'd
like
be
to see
amazing for them.
Go.
Yes, yeah. But Bobby, the reason I say that, the reason I made that statement is if they got to the NFC Championship and they're looking at the other end of Green Bay, I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna screw us. They always like, no, not you. Anyone else, please. Trust me, they would rather have San Francisco.
Well, didn't Detroit's minor team, what do they call that? they just won like playoffs. What was it last week?
Could be. I have no idea.
What's the I think it's the college team or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Detroit.
I'm not sure. Not sure. Oh, you mean Michigan?
Michigan, sorry,
Yeah. Michigan in the national championship. Yes, they did.
Yes.
Yep, they won that one. Yeah.
which
So
was
Tom
surprising
says,
because they hadn't won in like 15 years or something.
It had been a while, actually. Michigan is a classic old school program, but they had not been in that position in a long time.
No. So yeah, I did see that.
So Tom here says Sean Strickland or Dricus du Plessis in Canada. So there's a UFC this weekend in Canada.
Oh yeah,
So they've got
that's
one
right.
here.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, they got this one this weekend. Yeah.
I forgot.
So I'll be honest, I've been out of watching a lot of the UFC. I don't know. I don't have a horse in the race, but I'd like to get back into it. But like I said, they've had too many cards, too fat. Like it's constant. I could literally just watch a card every weekend. I'm like, if you can see it all the time and it like
There's
never
nothing
takes
special.
a break,
Yeah,
then it doesn't feel. Yeah, I love when they put together like a mega card and really like put the
that's
pieces
what they
together.
need.
It
They
feels
need like
good.
a Hulkamania kind of rush.
I think if it had been a little bit more interesting, engaging, I would have probably at least looked at what the tickets would have been. Like the tickets are not cheap. The tickets are expensive. Let me be clear.
How much?
They're a Scotiabank place, like $200-$300, like minimum.
Really? Eh?
Like it's pretty crazy. UFC 297.
If you consider one Leaf game is that, so.
Oh no, for sure. But I'm just saying, like, if you're not committed to the particular card, like it doesn't excite you.
Yeah.
So right now, if you wanted a pair of tickets, I'm just looking at Ticketmaster right now.
Mhm.
If you wanted a pair of tickets, the cheapest ticket I got here is $449.25.
Oof. Yeah, that's a bit big.
Yeah, and that's like in the upper bowl.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not cheap at all. And the most expensive tickets are like $6,300.
If you're working at Walmart, you ain't getting tickets.
Yeah, you need bougie Eric money to get down there.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so
they
pretty-
can go out
pretty
and buy
tough.
the ice cream cakes. Yeah.
That's right. Comes full circle. All right, so here we go. Carlos, can you punch a television screen tomorrow go viral? I will punch a television screen belonging to somebody else to go viral. What do you think is the actual big money behind the modern big card bounties, Fanatics? I do think there are a couple of folks that are willing to pay some serious money in it, but I do think there are some companies that are willing to beef it up to make it more exciting.
Yes, I think it's more that than anything else.
Yeah, you got to remember, one of the ones that does a lot of bounties is David Adams, and they sell
Yes.
wax. So it's to their benefit to allow and facilitate such things.
Well,
And they
have
make sure it
high-end
gets out there.
customers too. So
They do, but I'm saying, like, it wouldn't shock me if they added a little extra juice. Like if the big customers like, hey, I'd like to pay, I'd be willing to pay good money for it. And David Adams is like, we'll toss in a little extra to
tune
make
it
it
up
more
a bit.
appealing.
make
we'll,
it
we'll,
more.
We'll add a little
exciting.
extra juice.
Yes.
And then it's a nice number that pops off the screen. And then if somebody pulls it, they facilitate the transaction.
Yeah, it's more promotion than anything else, I think.
Totally. Yeah.
Keeps the hobby going.
UFC 300 is a
sense.
couple away, I believe, from 297 or 298 or 300. Should be an extravaganza. Yeah. I think that UFC 300, whatever that card should be, it'll probably be a special card. They'll save some interesting matches for that. Have a good one, CC. Thank you. 97 was last time for Michigan prior to this year. Yeah, it had been a while. So thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. So yeah, it should be fun. So yeah. So you guys, like I said, I'll let you know in advance. I will set the placeholder after this live goes off. I will set it up. I'll probably set it up a little bit. I think the game starts at what? 8:15, 8:30? What is it? We got 8:15 it says. So probably I'll set the placeholder for 8. Maybe we'll go on a couple of minutes prior. Hey, it'll be mostly hanging out and chatting. You got your own TV. Watch the game on your own screen. I'm not getting copyright strike for that for the NFL.
Yeah,
but I can watch the game. Yeah, it's basically just a hang up. Otherwise, you guys can chill out, do whatever you want to do, and we'll have some cold beers on tap, and we'll hang out and watch the game, and we'll see. San Francisco, like I said, is a 9.5 point favorite, so they're a strong favorite for a reason. And the expectation is they roll over Green Bay onto whoever they place in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, and any given Sunday, then anything can happen, right?
Well, the Packers were the underdog in the first game too, so they're the last seed.
Yeah,
so they've already exceeded expectations so far.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fair. All right, we'll let her come back here, and then we'll wind her down and call her an evening.
Sounds good. I need to warm up.
Yeah. How bad is it in the garage, Bobby? Is it pretty chilly?
Today it is, yeah, exceptionally. My nose is like, I'm a healthy dog at this point.
Well, that's the only problem I have. Like, I actually need to get. What's funny is that we always joke about the whole heat pump thing and all that, and it's doing a good job. Like, let me be clear, it'd be a lot colder down here without it because
sure.
Considering how cold it is. But I do have. I do need to actually do a better job insulating the front door because the cold. You can literally feel cold air. The
Really?
breeze. So it needs. Yeah, it needs.
You
It
need
needs a
some
little bit
trim
of
around it. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you get cold air pumping there, warm air pumping here, and it's like the two are fighting each other. You're not getting really the full effect of the heating that you want. It's kind of losing some of the impact on this side of the floor. So I was like, all right, well, we got to fix that.
A door guy in to do some good weather stripping around it. It should like block.
And that'll actually reduce the heating bill too, because it means more of the heat will stay in, and it'll actually help. A little insulation will go a long way. So
there's only
half the job
vent,
is done. Now we need some
vent at the door that goes in. So I'm at the back end here, so it doesn't really do too well. It's not cold, like I'm not breathing, but it's probably cool like your place. But some days, like it's cold today, so
yeah, I agree. Out of curiosity, I know that some of you are. I know I recognize some of the names, but some of you folks are any of you who do have active YouTube channels? I know we talked about it earlier tonight, but any of you who have active YouTube channels in sports card space, I know some of you do.
I have.
Are any of you going to participate in that silliness? Like I said, I have my fun with it, obviously, but like I said, I kind of poke fun at it a little bit. But any of you going to play in those waters? Create a ballot, enter into the fray. I'm just curious.
So you can create a ballot. Do you have to have is there a prerequisite or
1 year of making sports card YouTube content?
That's it? Okay.
Yep. 1 year, and then you can make a video ballot and vote for whoever you wish that meets the criteria. And the criteria is 3 years for a vote to be a voter. 1 year of making YouTube video content for sports cards. Yeah. For a nominee, 3 years of making video. So this year actually is the first year the IRP qualifies. They have met the 3 year
3 years now, yeah.
And yeah, Dave and Steve were talking about it. I was chatting with them on the last episode, and on the last episode, that's where I got that clip from that I showed. They would actually prefer it be the IRP at this point because otherwise they're kind of splitting their own ballot.
Yeah.
And if you pick the IRP, both of them are collaborating on it anyway. So you could give them a vote for that, and then it frees up a spot if you want to put somebody else in there. There you go.
True. Yeah.
Pick somebody else.
Rather
and either way, they're
Dave
making constant lives on there. It's active. It's more active channel anyway. Yeah. So
sure,
probably makes more sense.
It is actually consistently, yes.
Yeah, exactly. At least it's still active. The other channels, you'll get a video once in a blue moon. So I thought it was interesting. Mike put 1,000 subscriber floor to reduce his personal list. Yeah. Well, that's the thing though. And as an individual, you can make whatever criteria you want. That's up to you. Yeah. It just has to meet. The only criteria is 3 years, sports card videos, and that's it. As long as they've done that for a minimum of 3 years, you can vote for whoever the hell you want for whatever reason you wish.
What consistency basis is that set on?
What do you mean?
Like 3 years, like is there some set of consistency that you have to have, or can you do 5 videos a year or
one? Oh, you mean that case? Yeah, Bob Lewis.
Oh,
so no,
nothing. 1 or 2.
And like if you've made something over at least 3 years, you're probably good.
Hey, I have my video. Hey, I could vote.
Wow. Well, you probably could vote. I probably agree with that. Yeah. If you got videos on your channel, sports card videos on your channel, you're probably good.
Yeah, I got a few videos on my channel.
There you go. You'd be eligible to cast a ballot.
Huh.
Unfortunately, it's too late for you to have the long con.
Damn.
It was so good. It was so good that I was literally
going. Yeah.
I was like, I literally watched it, and I went back and rewatched last year's video before I decided that that's the path I was going to go. And then as soon as I watched it, I was like, oh, I could very easily no, but Bobby, it was different. It was like, no, I can repurpose this correctly. Like it fits. It works 100%. I alluded to it, and I go, this is the time. I've got the perfect setup, and everybody would have forgotten about it, and boom, here you go.
Yep.
I made him watch the same video again.
I did.
So Zach says, as an outsider, when there's too much Hall of Fame talk, I just think, man, you're all nerds. Zach, you're watching the nerddom.
But I got 30 years in the hobby too. On top of that, I wonder if that gets anything for him. Nah, probably not.
Yeah. I get Zach's point, but it's like, it's a terrible argument to make because it's like, as an outsider, so much for that, it's like, dude, people collect cardboard or trinkets. You are a nerd. And worse, you don't even make the content, you watch other people.
That's the problem.
You're like nerd squared.
Yes. Cubed.
Sorry. You're basically Eric, but like.
Oh, that's a horrible thing to say to someone.
That's like
it's
pi.
It's pretty bad.
2.13. Yeah.
That's not nice.
I don't think
that
I'm
was
Eric
a
has
nice
the quarterback.
compliment. Don't you get it? Oh, he wasn't listening to our earlier Okay.
Zach was trying to say that the Hall of Fame talk makes people nerds, but he's watching a live stream about sports cards, allegedly.
Oh, anyone who's watching this is all sorts of different things. It's something hard with you.
A lot of 4-letter words.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah. It's just
maybe you'll get nominated this year, Carlos. That might be.
Well, who knows? I know that, and I've definitely seen some ballots that have been out there, but it's one of those things where like it's going to be interesting to see what I enjoy, what I'm hoping, what's going to be interesting. Look, here's the one I want. I want to see Dustin like full out campaign for it. That's what I want. Whereas I'm literally like actively mocking it at every turn. Dustin like specifically goes out of his way to like court channels that he's befriended.
He will
be like, hey, you should put my name on your ballot. I want this so badly. Be good.
But once you reach that stardom, then what did you do? I don't know.
You get a stupid, you get a little patch. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? I don't know what to tell you.
Well, then you can sew that patch on your shoulder and then go to the national, and then you become one of the boys, and then you can circle jerk and have some fun, and yeah.
Yep. Zach has now reached that part of the stream.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it was required. Like you made a critical mistake.
I'd be pissed if someone called me Eric.
You decided. Like, listen, I'd feel bad for Zach, but I don't. He brought this on himself. He did not Google things you do not question. You do not go like, oh man, you're all nerds. I'm like,
I don't know if I'm a nerd in that sense. But anyways.
Well, I wouldn't blame him if he stopped watching. First of all, I wouldn't blame anyone if they stopped watching this crap.
Listen, what Eric Pierce decides to do with his time is his own business.
Yes.
Poor bastard.
Hall of Fame has built quite the force shield to prevent Dustin from penetrating. The thing is, they can't actually prevent it. The thing is, they can't. The reason why I'm amused by this premise is that all the guy would have to do is literally, he has already shouted out a bunch of channels over like the last couple of years, little channels that just are they're like the Detroit sports fan who like give him a piece of toast and oh my God, it's the greatest meal they've ever eaten. They're so starved for some attention that the fact that he gave them some attention, they like will swear fealty to him. Oh, so yes, all he has to do is, hey guys, could you make a video for this thing and include me in your list? And
yes, sir.
Stuff the ballot box. Like you could stuff the ballot box so fast. And that's what, look, the reason I want this is because it will piss some folks off.
Oh, that's the best part.
Bobby, it's the chain reaction. It's first you stuff the ballot box, then they get the result, and then the videos complaining about it. I'm like, I'm here for this.
Yes.
The Schadenfreude will be so strong. It shall infuse into my soul.
I did 3 years. Are you kidding? What do you mean? I didn't make it.
Amazing. Chef's kiss.
No patch for you.
Joel says Texans to the moon. We see where his allegiances lie. I get it. I understand.
Not another Texas win.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
They had baseball.
We got rid of one of the Texas team, but we got to see about the Houston one. That's on Bobble's team. Nothing any of us can do about it. That's his team. Real talk though. Texans and 9-5. So yeah, the Texans are 9-5 underdogs too. 9.5 points.
Texans impressed the hell out of me the other day. I didn't.
It's
think
pretty
they-
heavy. I actually like the points. Like if you think they've got a chance, 9.5 points. That's pretty. Like they
That's
could
a
lose
good
by a
bet.
touchdown and you still win. Like I
That's a good
still like
bet.
your chances. I would take the points.
And any, like I said, it's just a one game play. Anything can happen. You know, Leafs can win the Stanley Cup in one game if it was one game. Could. I said could. The Leafs could. But if it's 4 games, no.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Wait, is the Boston Bruins fan cackling
Yes,
at
he
the
is.
thought of somebody else doing something?
I don't know. Have you heard of Matthews? He's been doing some kind of good stuff lately.
Oh, that was.
But they still haven't got defense. So
The only reason I'm kind of inquiring about this, I'm kind of concerned because it's like Eric seems to have a short memory about things.
he's very short. Yes,
the-
you have a good memory, but it's short.
I remember the downfall of last year like it was yesterday. Thank you.
Do you?
The NHL's all-time win record now belongs to these Boston Bruins. They win their 63rd game of the season.
A few moments later.
On him. Verhaeghe wins the series for Florida. And this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
God bless the Hindenburg.
A Hindenburg-like ending.
Yes, I remember it very clearly. Thank you.
I just needed to make sure. It was important that you remember.
But I think
It never goes away, Paul. It stays here as a permanent button. I have this button available to me, and I can push it. Anytime Eric starts getting too big for his britches, all of a sudden it's like, "Hey, Eric!"
Okay.
Boom! Hit the button.
Boston has won 3 titles since Toronto's last one, and
What
been to
kind
the
of
finals,
titles are we talking about?
and have been to the finals. I don't
After
know.
How
Cups
many
we're
Stanley
talking?
Cups has Boston won? Yes.
Talking
exactly.
AFCO Cups.
Well,
We're
we
talking
can say
Calder
13 for the
Cups.
Leafs, and we can say how many for the Bruins?
We talking cup of coffee cups. We're talking like extra espresso cups. Like what are we talking about?
13 NHL Stanley Cups.
Mhm.
Boston, 6, maybe.
In what, 100 years?
Yes, 1927. Yes,
Wow.
almost 100
Ooh.
years.
Ooh, hold on. Oh
1924.
man! Oh my goodness!
Oh, actually, they were 1924. Sorry, my mistake. The 100-year. I forgot about the stupid parallel crap.
Yeah.
Those things. Yeah. Mm.
How sad that Mill Schmidt had nothing to do with it because I checked. He
Mill
wasn't even
too?
Centennial said it was crazy.
He
Yeah,
wasn't even in
He
it.
wasn't
So
even.
who-
No,
who
he
is it?
wasn't. He wasn't part of it.
Yeah,
Thank goodness they got Hal Gill though. At least they got
Hal.
Hal Gill. Yeah, at least they got Hal Gill though.
Yes,
That's
they
important.
did. Yes, thank God.
That's important. Yeah. Whew. Thank you, Eric. We appreciated you giving us a little reminder there.
We have to resurrect the Hal Gill fan club.
I want to go to bed now.
Yeah, me too.
All right, folks. Have yourselves a good night. We'll chat a little later on, and we will have another episode again. Same bad time, same bad channel. Eric now needs to resurrect himself from the depths of reminding about a Hindenburg-like ending.
Oh,
So
yes.
enjoy the football games. If you do want to check them out during the weekend, there should be some good ones here coming up. And like I said, if you are so inclined, you can check out tomorrow. There should be one. There should be a placeholder shortly on the channel for tomorrow. And then more videos coming up the channel, live streams on Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern time, as has been the case this way. So for Bougie Eric and his wonderful Boston Bruins that he wants to talk about so much. And
Ice
also
Cream
for
King
chocolate
Bobby.
sticks. Chocolate sticks. And of course, Bobby Brell in the Garage of Knowledge, which we appreciate. As always, thank you
Old
to
Garage of
Bobbles
Knowledge.
joining us earlier this evening. And we thank those of you in the chat who commented throughout the night. And also, happy birthday, Kathy. Those of
Yes,
you on the
again.
those of you on the West Coast still got a little time left. Those of you in the East Coast, it is now Saturday, January the 20th. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one, and we will catch you in the next one.